Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Our first order of business today is the Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bills for fiscal year 2024. Unfortunately, the chairwoman's under the weather this morning. I'll be sitting in until she gets here. We're going to try and get through opening statements so that we can recess and people can obviously attend the presentation that we're going to have on the floor. So with that, I'll now recognize Chairman Simpson to present the bill.
Thank you. The fiscal year 2024 Interior Bill. I do want to thank the chairwoman, even though she's not here, for her support and leadership of this committee, and I appreciate the commitment and dedication it has taken to get us to this important step in the appropriation process. I also want to thank Ranking Member DeLauro and Ranking Member Pingree for their work on this bill. And while we might not agree on some of the items in this bill, there might be a little difference of opinion. I appreciate her commitment to the subcommittee's issues, and I look forward to continuing to work with her over the coming months as we move this bill forward. Lastly, I want to thank the members of the subcommittee and the staff on both sides of the aisle. I would list the staff, but I didn't think we were going to have a stenographer. Now we have a stenographer here, so I could list the staff. But I won't list them all. I'll wait till we get on the floor to do that. But as any of you that have been around this place very long know, none of this would be possible without the staff and the incredible work that they do on both the majority and minority side. This bill is kind of interesting in that I think there are more former chairs of this bill than of any other bill in this body. Chairman Calvert, I was chairman before Chairman Calvert, and then Chairman Calvert, and then Chairman McCullum, then Chairman Pingree, now back to me. So we've got at least 4 members that were chairman of this committee, and I know all of you that haven't been chairman of this committee want to be chairman of this committee. And I understand why. It's interesting bill, but maybe you wouldn't want to be chairman this year. Because if you're coming here to vote on a pretty bill, this is not a pretty bill. This is ugly. It's tough, but it's necessary. We all know that we've got to control spending. We spent over $3 trillion last year, above what our regular appropriation process was. We're $32 trillion in debt, and we've got to start bringing that down. Mr. Quigley mentioned a couple weeks ago during a speech that the problem is not the discretionary spending. It is the entitlement spending that is driving the deficit. We all know that. We all know that to be true. But all of us know also that if you talk about entitlements, you're gonna get your rear end handed to you a lot of the time. I know Mr. Hoyer and I put together a committee, I don't know, what was that, 15 years ago, called the Go Big Coalition, where we were trying to address it in all aspects. I mean, it was comprehensive, and I think Mr. Quigley mentioned that we brought a bill to the floor, La Tourette did, and Hoyer and I weren't ready for it yet, but I think we got 37 votes on that, something like that. It is a tough issue. Mr. Quigley was right. Mandatory spending is a problem. And until we have the courage, both Republicans and Democrats, to address it, we're never going to balance this budget. I want to introduce you to somebody that I want you to think about for just a minute. In the audience is my chief of staff and her daughter. Go ahead and stand up, Claire. This is Claire. She's from Boise, Idaho. She's 14 years old. 51 years from now, she'll start getting Social Security. What's that? 2024? Or 74? 2074?
53 years from now, she'll be 67.
Oh yeah, 67, that's right. It'll be 2026, or 76. How many of you on either side of the aisle can look her in the eye and tell her that you are confident that Social Security will be there? Without any changes, without any addressing it, something that we don't have the courage to do? Thank you, Claire. I appreciate you being here. I don't know how you tell your children and your grandchildren that Social Security and Medicare are going to be there for you. Years ago, I'm talking 20 or 30 years ago, The budget was 70% discretionary spending. That's what we spent in this committee, and 30% was entitlement. Today, it's over 70% entitlement and less than 30% on discretionary spending. If we don't get this under control, all we're doing will be for naught. But the argument was made that since this is such a small portion of the problem, that maybe we should just ignore it. This is a part of the problem. If we don't get control of this, how are we ever going to get control of the really difficult decisions that we face coming up on mandatory spending? Anyway, the fiscal year 2024 Interior Bill provides $35 billion in spending, a 10% reduction from fiscal year 2023 enacted level, and includes $9.4 billion in recessions from the Inflation Reduction Act. In drafting this bill, we worked very hard to rein in federal spending while prioritizing critical needs within our subcommittee's allocation. The bill fully funds payment in lieu of taxes and provides $1.6 billion discretionary increase to fund wildfire activities without using irresponsible budgetary gimmicks, which was done last year. A lot of the wildfire funding went into emergency spending instead of in the bill where it should be. We haven't done those gimmicks, which means we had to bring those costs back into the bill. The bill also includes $2.65 billion cap on a cap adjustment for wildfire suppression as authorized by law. The bill advances the committee's longstanding bipartisan efforts to increase the federal commitment to tribes by providing funding for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Indian Education, and Indian Health Services at or above fiscal year 2023 levels. I am also pleased that the bill provides a fiscal year 2025 advance for Indian Health Service, something that Chairman Pingree put in last year, and it's very important that we do that. I made a commitment from the start of this that we were not going to balance this budget on the backs of our Indian brothers and sisters. And we've kept that commitment in this bill. And it's a bipartisan commitment and has been under both Republican and Democratic leadership, that we have a moral and a trust responsibility to the Indians of this country, and we need to make sure that we are trying to address that. We still have a long ways to go, but we're moving in the right direction. To prioritize these programs while adhering to our committee-approved allocation, the bill reduces funding for nearly every other appropriation in this bill. And I got to tell you, we had to cut funding for some of my favorite programs in this bill, but it was necessary. Cutting funding is never easy, and it can often be an ugly and arduous process. But with the national debt in excess of $32 trillion and inflation and at an unacceptable level, we must make tough choices to ensure we do not saddle our children and grandchildren with overwhelming debt. Some may say that discretionary spending, and I already went through that, is only a small portion of it, but it is a portion of it, and we have to address that also. We got to rein in unnecessary federal spending and put our economy on a track to recovery. This bill does that. Agencies such as the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Interior Office of the Secretary, the Smithsonian Institution, and the Council on Environmental Quality all received double-digit percentage reductions. The EPA is reduced by $4 billion, or 39%, below the fiscal year 2023 level, with reductions aimed at research and regulatory activities. I know that's going to cause some heartburn for some people. The bill also includes community project funding for clean and drinking water improvement projects within the EPA. We did our best to fund the projects requested, but would note that the total funding requested greatly exceeded the funds available for the projects. The bill also includes important policy limiting the activities of the administration and promoting domestic energy production, including halting the heavy-handed job-killing regulations by the EPA, such as repealing the recent Waters of the United States regulation and rules that target reliable energy sources and domestic manufacturing, limiting abuse of the Endangered Species Act, expanding access to critical minerals, and requiring oil and gas lease sales. I also included language prohibiting funds for certain Hispanic programs at the Smithsonian Institution, and I've seen the press releases on this from my colleagues. We did this because Republican Hispanic members have expressed serious concerns that the Smithsonian exhibits depict Hispanic Americans as victims and promote socialism. I sincerely hope that the Smithsonian will work with my Hispanic Republican colleagues to address their concerns, making this language unnecessary in the final bill. This markup is the beginning of a long process, and I look forward to continuing to work with Ranking Member Pingree and the members of the committee to find common ground as this process continues. Before I close, I do want to take this opportunity to say this is the last interior markup for one of our colleagues. Where is Mr. Stewart? He's so short that he can sit on the edge of a piece of toilet paper and still dangle his legs. He doesn't have very long left. I wanted to thank him for his work on this committee over the years. He has been a great member to work with, and I've learned a lot from him. I think both Republicans and Democrats are going to miss him, but he had a higher calling, family responsibilities that he needed to take care of, and I'm proud of him for doing that. So we're going to miss him, and I'm glad he's not here to hear this. So he was a great member. So thank you all, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. I now recognize Ms. Pingree for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the chairwoman, even though she's not here with us today, and our ranking member for their work on this committee. And I, too, want to thank Chair Simpson for the work we're able to do together in a bipartisan way. He's right, we don't agree on everything in this bill, but we have a good working relationship. And thank you, too, to all of our staffs who we'll have a chance to mention later. I really appreciate that you started out by talking about our children and our children's future, because I was thinking about that going into this bill. And I thank your chief of staff and her daughter for being our examples here today. But I think, like so many of you in the room, I'm a parent and grandparent. I have 3 children, 7 grandchildren, and I'm really proud of that. I think that one of our biggest goals as member of Congress is making sure that we give them a safe, secure, and better future. And right now, one of the most critical things that we can do is guarantee that they have a healthy planet where they can have a future existence, where they can live productive lives. When I think ahead of 2070, I'm very worried about whether or not that will exist. Whether you're thinking about the temperature in Phoenix right now, the floods we just experienced in northern New England, Vermont, the 90-degree water off the coast of Florida, climate change has clearly reached a crisis point, and experts agree that we must take bold action to avoid a major, irreversible catastrophe. So I am so disappointed and frustrated by this bill before us. Almost a year ago in Congress, we passed and the President signed into law the most significant piece of climate legislation this nation has ever seen, the Inflation Reduction Act. But this bill guts it. All of our climate progress will be rolled back, and America's ability to address climate change will be utterly debilitated. We will not be able to keep that promise to our children and grandchildren. The bill slashes funding for the Environmental Protection Agency by nearly 40%. 40%. That's nearly $4 billion less than we appropriated in FY23. It rescinds more than $7 billion of vital investments that we provided through that Inflation Reduction Act, and it was about time we provided that funding. That was important for the United States to take immediate economy-wide climate action. In addition to the cut proposed in the State and Foreign Ops bill that we already did, the Republicans' Interior bill virtually eliminates the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which was established by the Inflation Reduction Act to mitigate the costs of climate pollution through investment in low and zero-emission technologies. But the damage inflicted in this bill extends far beyond climate change. This bill wipes out environmental justice program and cuts $1.4 billion from environmental and climate justice grants made possible through the Inflation Reduction Act. It curtails the progress that has been made to ensure that all people are equally protected from environmental and health hazards. This bill abandons our most vulnerable groups that currently bear a disproportionate share of negative environmental impacts, which includes large swaths of rural communities that I and many of my colleagues across the aisle represent. The bill also slashes funding for enforcement of the Clean Air and Clean Water Acts, which just makes it easier for polluters to pollute. The cuts in this bill are so severe that even agencies that usually garner bipartisan support are targeted for damaging reductions. Funding for the National Park Service, for example, will be cut by 13%. National parks from Maine to Alaska are already severely understaffed, and we have made a concerted effort over the last few years to build staffing back up. But as with all the appropriations bills under the majority, this bill takes us backwards. Let me be clear. The consequences of these cuts will be acutely felt in our parks and in our communities. Acadia National Park in Maine won't be able to hire its appropriated seasonal positions, and the existing permanent staff will need to be cut, forcing tough decisions about furloughing or reductions in force. This will severely hamper the service's ability to protect and preserve the natural and cultural resources in our national parks and will jeopardize the visitor experience. Do we really want parks overflowing with trash and dirty bathrooms? Trails that are unsafe because there isn't staff capacity to keep them maintained? These impacts won't be limited to the parks themselves, but will bleed into the gateway communities and cause economic harm. For example, in 2021, 4.1 million park visitors spent an estimated $486 million in local gateway regions while visiting Acadia National Park in my state. These visitors supported a total of 6,840 jobs and $702 million in economic output that local areas surrounding Acadia National Park, including Bar Harbor, depend on. With parks continuing to break visitation records, now is not the time to decrease the service's budget. The bill also significantly reduces funding for the arts and humanities agencies. The cuts to the Smithsonian Institution and the National Gallery of Art are so deep that they will be forced to reduce the number of hours or days each week that the museums are open to the public. The Smithsonian cut represents about 200 full-time equivalent positions, many of whom keep the museums open 7 days a week: security guards, building service workers, and curators. The 23% cut to the National Gallery's budget would eliminate 180 full-time employee jobs. Staffing cuts of this magnitude would make it impossible to safely operate the museum and protect the collections and buildings. When our constituents build their families to see our nation's capital, I just need about 2 more minutes. Got it, sorry. All right, it's okay. I know we're getting close to winding down to go away, but anyway, I'll finish. When our constituents bring their families to see our nation's capital, I think all members in this room expect they should have access to these museums. But this bill takes that away. The bill also fails our nation's wildland firefighters. It does not provide any of the funding requested by the administration to support wildland firefighters and their families through better compensation, safe housing, and health and well-being assistance. Without this funding, firefighters will lose the compensation increases first provided in the bipartisan infrastructure law at the end of last year. I was relieved to see that the bill continues to advance appropriations for the Indian Health Service that was put in place by Democrats last year. The truth of the matter is, if Congress did its job, these appropriations would not be necessary. But unfortunately, House Republicans are showing us why such a backstop is critical. By reneging on the budget agreement and doggedly pursuing partisan appropriations bills, they are putting us on a path to a government shutdown. Sadly, the bill also contains numerous discriminatory riders, which have proven so divisive in earlier markups. I'm particularly shocked to see the majority's posture towards Latinos, with a policy rider that supports the Smithsonian, that prohibits the Smithsonian Institution from highlighting the contribution of American Latinos in U.S. history and culture by denying funds for the new National Museum of the American Latino and for the operation of the Molina Family Latino Gallery. Finally, the bill includes an exhaustive list of anti-environment riders that seek to derail any effort to combat climate change and undermine our clean water and clean air protections. They give an open invitation to exploitive oil, gas, and mineral leasing by blocking environmental regulations and even overriding judicial review. At the same time, the bill suppresses clean energy production. Clean, renewable energy is critical if we are going to save our planet for future generations. The majority of Americans support becoming carbon neutral by 2050, and they support taking responsibility for future generations. The austere and irresponsible cuts in this bill do not align with their values. Thank you again to Ranking Member DeLauro for her tireless efforts on the committee, the staff on both sides of the aisle. I oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The committee will now stand in recess so we can attend remarks of the President of Israel. And please afterwards come back as quickly as you can and we'll resume. The committee will come back into session. Normally, this is the point at which Chairwoman Granger would offer remarks. I didn't come with any remarks, so my comments will be very and mercifully brief. But I do care a lot about this bill. I had the great good fortune the first time Mr. Simpson became chairman of Interior to serve on that committee. I served under his chairmanship, Chairman Calvert's chairmanship, got to serve with my good friend Betty McCollum, my good friend, the ranking member, Ms. Pingree. And I have to tell you, I know we're going to have a lot of debates over this bill, but I want to pick up on something that the chairman said. This is an extraordinarily good bill from a Native American standpoint. I was quite shocked. I go through these bills very carefully because that's a passionate area of interest. And I want to, again, thank all four of the current chairman and the three former chairmen here because they've always been terrific to work with on this issue. They've been terrific whether they were in the majority or the minority, and they've worked together. And I've watched this, and Chairman Simpson is the one who I think started us on this course of trying to begin to address many, many years of neglect and frankly, broken trust and treaty responsibilities. And the members on both sides of the aisle have been enormously helpful in this. I single out in particular, I want to thank the chairman for keeping in something that the former chair, Ms. McCollum, did, which Chairwoman, then Chair Delora made happen, was the advanced appropriations for the Indian Health Service, absolutely critical. This is a situation where whenever we had a government shutdown, and those can happen, or differences, we shut down healthcare systems on reservations because we did not maintain. This is the only healthcare system we have that gets almost all of its money from discretionary dollars. So that was extraordinary. And I can go down program after program. I want to thank you as an Oklahoman for helping our tribes who've had to pick up. And Ms. Pingree actually started this when she was chair, something called the McGirt decision, which is a very unusual decision that's placed additional responsibilities on tribes for law enforcement in eastern Oklahoma. That's a knotty and controversial issue in my state, but there's a very generous mark in here thanks to Chairman Simpson, and I'm sure supported my good friend, Ms. Pingree, as well. And so while we're going to focus later today, and I'm sure in the amendment process on areas that we disagree, I just want to thank both of you very, very sincerely for the quality of the mark, the range at which you looked at some of the pressing problems in Indian country. I'd be remiss, again, not to thank my friend Mr. Zinke and Mr. Siscamani. We had the opportunity to go recently into his district, into Blackfeet country, and see, where the rubber meets the road, where some of these real problems were at. And Mr. Chairman, you and the ranking member have both made an enormous contribution in keeping us on the right track and moving us forward. So, and these debates, we always focus on the areas we disagree, and that's fair enough. That's what we're trying to work through. But I just want to tip my hat to both of you and thank you, and thank, frankly, again, my good friend, the former chair and current ranking member of the full committee, who's always been enormously helpful on these issues as well. And with that, again, I'll obviously hope that we pass the bill, but we'll see what happens at the end of the day. And I would turn to my very good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Delora, for any remarks she cares to make.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to say that it's been from someone who doesn't come from Indian country, though we do have tribes in the state of Connecticut. It's been a pleasure to work with you and others in this area. And I think we made great, great strides, and so excited about our opportunity with the Indian Health Service, which we know is in desperate need for federal assistance and for getting it in a place where people could continue to get their health care. So thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Chairman Simpson and to Ranking Member Pingree for the work on the subcommittee, and to thank the majority and minority staff. And let me thank particularly Rita Culp, Jocelyn Hunn, and Farouk Ofaso. When it comes to protecting the environment, ensuring our air is safe to breathe, our water is safe to drink, and we are resilient in a changing climate, the majority has taken the side of the most egregious polluters and reality deniers. This legislation takes an aggressive anti-environment stance with a crippling 39% cut to the EPA. The ensuing collapse of our means of protecting the environment and public health would mean more asthma cases, more cancer diagnoses, and more natural disasters afflicting American families. The majority cuts the EPA's Clean Air Program by at least $200 million, zeroes out funds for environmental justice. They would cut the EPA's infrastructure grant program by $1.8 billion. And these are not just numbers on a page. This is the air in our skies and in our lungs. This is the water we drink and bathe and cook with. These are basic life necessities that we have a simple obligation to protect for the American people. On top of these dangerous cuts, Republicans are slashing funding for the arts, including the National Endowment for the Arts flagship grants for the Arts Projects Program, which benefits individual and community well-being and supports the economy in all 435 of our congressional districts. And they are prohibiting the Smithsonian from highlighting the contributions of Latinos in U.S. history and culture by not making it possible to move forward with the National Museum of the American Latino, making Hispanics invisible. I might, at this juncture, just say that the concern about the museum and about the exhibit, the Molina family exhibit. We have a statement from the Molina family, and I will just quote briefly. The Molina family respectfully requests that the proposed language be stricken from the bill so that the Molina Family Latino Gallery may remain open and accessible to all Americans, and that work on the National Museum of the American Latino may continue. These are the words of the family that provided $10 million for this exhibit. They do not want to see this language included. The ramifications of cuts in this bill would reach every corner of the Interior Department. It damages our public lands, it promotes dirty energy, it jeopardizes biodiversity, and obstructs the U.S. response to the climate crisis. Sharp cuts to the National Park Service mean fewer seasonal employees and furloughing existing permanent park employees. The funding loss at Yellowstone translate to more than 24 employees furloughed, nearly a dozen each at Glacier and Sequoia, and several more at Zion. These are all beloved parks, and these cuts will mean longer wait times and fewer services available when our constituents visit these jewels of our nation's land. The majority is also opening our public lands, the property of the American people, for oil, gas, and mineral leasing, in some cases going so far as to blocking judicial review. The majority is hindering clean energy projects while promoting fossil fuels lease sales. And the majority is accelerating ecosystem decline by abandoning protections for our most vulnerable apex predators, like the gray wolf and the grizzly bear. I have proudly worked across the aisle to protect our environment for the past, present, and the future, and I am immensely disappointed to see the majority abandon their commitment to conserving America's fragile lands and natural resources. I would not think the majority needs lecturing on their own party's history, but this bill is a notable reversal from the proud and the bold conservation efforts of Republicans from decades past. I need not remind my colleagues which president created the EPA. Finally, the majority has again gone out of their way to zero out programs that have anything to do with equity. Riders in the bill prohibit funding for critical race theory, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. With these cuts, indefensible riders, and absurd rescissions, the majority has subverted, and I view the relevance of the Appropriations Committee. I will vote against this bill, but before I conclude, I think it's important to note that we received a letter to the House Appropriations Committee from 50 organizations led by the League of Conservation Voters and Trust for Public Land. This legislation is as outlandish as it is dangerous for our environment. We have the National Parks Conservation Association. The House Interior Appropriations budget is reckless, should be a non-starter for anyone who cares about our national parks and our public lands. The Trust for Public Land, the Senior Vice President of Policy and Advocacy, Bill Lee. The cuts to the EPA, specifically the environmental and climate justice grants, are dangerous. Low-income and historically disadvantaged communities are hit first and worst by deadly heat waves and extreme flooding. Yet the House's cuts target the program that is critical to improving the climate resilience of those same neighborhoods. The Natural Resources Defense Council. It may rank as the worst appropriations bill in decades. The Director of Federal Affairs for the NRDC. This is a historically bad bill, the worst of its kind we've ever seen. It reads like a how-to manual for destroying the planet. Defenders of Wildlife. The bill can only be likened to a double-barrel shotgun assault on the wildlife and wild places that we hold dear. The Environmental Defense Fund. The extreme Republican appropriations bill is threatening. The League of Conservation Voters, again, there are too many terrible provisions to mention them all, but lowlights include cutting the EPA funding to its lowest level in 30 years. And folks, go on. So again, with these cuts, with the indefensible riders and absurd rescissions, for all of these reasons, I must vote against this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Mr. Stewart's recognized for comments.
Mr. Chairman, it's with deep sadness that I have to rise today to address the disparaging remarks that our chairman of the subcommittee made earlier about short people. And I would point out that I think the committee owes me some deference, because for 10 years I have sat by Mr. Amadei.
I've only sat by him for a few days, it's rough.
With the sole task of making sure that every time he speaks, the microphone is turned off. Because heaven forbid the world hears what he's thinking. And I didn't know what to do. I thought I was left without any recourse until I talked to my good friend, Mr. Harris, who advised me that we could ask that the words be taken down. I don't think I'll go that far, but I just would like to thank the chairman for his kind words that were perhaps misdirected towards short people, and want you to know that I did not take it personally, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum's recognized for comments.
And I wouldn't mess with Mr. Stewart. We've done battle together. He's a good friend, and he'd be someone you'd want as a foe. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Cole. The bill that the majority has put forward today, it underfunds the Department of Interior, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Arts and the Humanities, and currently, as of today, does not have my support, nor the support that I'm hearing from my communities and the constituents at the current funding levels. Once again, I have to say that the cuts that the Republicans made to the appropriation bills and the decision not to honor the funding levels that were negotiated by the White House and Republican leadership and the Fiscal Responsibility Act on the House floor is much to blame for the number that you've been given, Mr. Simpson. An overall 35% reduction to the top line of the bill, in my opinion, is irresponsible. The bill also claws back billions of dollars from the historic Inflation Reduction Act to try to plug up holes created by the massive top line cut. This will damage the ability of the United States to respond to climate change and help communities who are currently being afflicted in all of our districts. This week, 78.9 million Americans, more than a quarter of the United States population, is experiencing dangerous levels of heat. And next week, it comes to the Dakotas and it comes to Minnesota. This bill also fails to confront the ravaging effects of global warming and the mission that all of our agencies have. And as I've stated before, as ranking member of the Defense Committee, I am very aware that the Department of Defense considers climate change to be a top national security issue. Stopping our country's ability to respond to this threat puts us at a severe global disadvantage. This inadequate overall funding level puts us in a no-win situation. Mr. Chair, Mr. Simpson, I appreciate the work you did to protect the life, health, and safety issues for Indian country. Upholding this subcommittee's longstanding bipartisan, and as we try to treat it on the Interior Subcommittee, as a nonpartisan issue to work to meet our trust and treaty responsibilities. I was recently, just an hour ago, with tribal leaders, and they appreciate the work, but they're still very concerned of what the overall spending in this bill might have effects on other things that are important to them. Including the advanced appropriations for Indian Health Service in the second year of role, we know will save lives, and we've worked on that together. However, as I pointed out, drastic cuts to the EPA, the Interior Department, they also affect life, health, and safety for all Americans. For example, a 10% cut to the U.S. Geological Survey will impact our ability for reliable scientific information that impacts to work to minimize natural disasters. This bill proposes a 39% cut to the EPA, an agency that started under Republican President Nixon, whom my Republican mother was very proud of for founding the EPA. But the EPA now will find itself at its lowest staffing levels since the early 80s. This bill will increase risk to all people who rely on the EPA to safeguard their water, their air, and clean up harmful pollution, test for chemicals in their products, and respond to emergencies, as we witnessed with the train disaster in East Palestine, Ohio. In addition to these devastating cuts, there are many harmful riders attached to this bill. There are riders in this bill that have appeared before, like delisting the gray wolf, and there are some that are completely new. Many of these riders have nothing to do with the appropriations or even the jurisdiction of the subcommittee. One of these riders prohibits any funding from being used for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want you to know why I staunchly oppose this rider. As a social studies teacher and a history teacher, I pointed out before, it's harmful, but it flies in the face of our nation's history and our core mission of our national parks not to tell our history accurately. Our public lands tell the story of America, and that includes at times telling some difficult stories. In Chicago, the Pullman National Historic Park explores the history of how African Americans worked and how they were treated while they were working, and a strike that led to the formation of the first African American labor movement, along with the history of the U.S. labor movement. And just down the road from us, near the Hart Senate building, the same block, there's the Belmont Paul Williams Equality National Monument, which tells about the struggle for the suffragettes and their fight for equal rights. And then there's the Manzanar National Historic Site that tells the story of how more than 110,000 Japanese men, women, and children were forced to leave their homes and detained in remote camps during World War II, where guns were pointed inwards, not outwards, at our fellow Americans. These are just a few of the stories of our nation. Sometimes it stumbles, sometimes we fall short, and then there's the times we move forward. These are all stories of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm also deeply disappointed at the prohibition of funds for the National Museum of the American Latino and the operation of the Molina Family Latino Gallery. This committee, in fact, received a letter from the Minnesota Council on Latino Affairs opposing this rider. And yesterday I spoke to 2 Minnesota state representatives who were here on other issues, but felt it important to let me know how they felt about this, they called it an attack on the Molina family's Latino gallery. We need to grow together, and that means understanding our past as we work towards a brighter future. We are all human beings in this room, and we all represent other human beings that have a rich and diverse history. We need to understand that history and the struggles of our country so that we can strive to form a more perfect union. My hope is that we can work together, and I believe we will, to improve this bill once it goes to conference. But the cuts here are so deep, I am genuinely worried about reaching the consensus that the American people deserve. There's hope and value in the Interior Bill, in protecting our trust and treaty responsibilities for Indian country, preserving the natural and cultural resources for public lands, and putting forward world-class science so we can better understand nature both as a friend and often a foe. But this bill at this time does not reflect a serious commitment to meet the needs of my constituents or our constituents. So at this time, Mr. Chair, I yield back and I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zinke is recognized for comments. Thank you. Mr. Case is recognized for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to join in the spirit, if not the letter, of the comments by the chair as to my friend, Mr. Stewart, who I have worked very well with in Congress. We were actually paired together on the bipartisan congressional exchange program. I got to spend a couple of days with him in his district. He got to spend a couple of days with me in my district, demonstrating he's a lot smarter than I am in terms of his choices, but it was awesome to watch him at work, and I will certainly miss his fair and calm and principled approach. I also join in the opposition to this very unfortunate draft of what is usually a bill that I look forward to for all of the areas that it focuses on that are the best of our country, whether it be our national parks, our cultural heritage, our outreach to the rest of the world. But that's not why I'm standing up today, because I'd like to highlight a perhaps little known a part of the Department of the Interior, and that is the Compacts of Free Association. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, what is that all about? Please indulge me with a little bit of a briefer on this. In the Western Pacific, south of Guam, southeast and southwest of Guam, and going as far as the Philippines and very, very close to that part of the world, in this case, primarily referring to China, lie three very proud, separate, independent, sovereign countries. They are small in terms of their land area and in terms of their populations, and they are immense as to their geographic zone throughout the ocean. And they basically control the western, the northwestern Pacific, the north central western Pacific in a very, very critical part of our world. And they have tremendous challenges. And these countries are the Republic of Palau, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. These countries have been in free association with this country for decades. So that is a historical antecedent to the Second World War, post-war period, when we took over the United Nations trusteeship, and that trusteeship was administered out of the Department of the Interior. And today, the Department of Interior administers our relationship with those countries. This is a very unique relationship. This relationship comes with really a set of understandings, and the principal ones are that we will help them with their problems and their issues, whether it be economic development or education. We will assist them. And in return, we take over the responsibility for their defense. And so they get the obligation on our country's part to defend, and we get the obligation or the right of deniability to any other armed service in the world. And that is, of course, critical to our geopolitical strategy and our challenges as we go forward into a very, very difficult generation, especially vis-a-vis China. Now, these compacts are up for renegotiation right now, and we are in the middle of a very difficult renegotiation that is coming to fruition right now. We have already agreed on 2 memoranda of understandings with 2 of those countries, and we hope to complete that with a third. These issues are front and center right now, and we will all have to deal with these issues because they come with our obligation to approve the compacts as a foreign treaty, and in this case, the approval includes the U.S. House of Representatives. We also have bills to pay from this perspective, and these bills will be roughly $350 million a year over 20 years for the ability of us to essentially have the rights and the obligations that we have, which are critical from our national security. I think we would all agree. So number one, I just want to highlight that the compacts are there. They are coming at us. They are part of the jurisdiction of this subcommittee, and we will have to deal with that. Number two, one of the rights under the compacts is that the citizens of those countries are able to reside in our country and to live and work in our country. But the impacts of those residents in states like Hawaii, like Guam, like Arkansas, and other places in our country, such as California and growing, those obligations, those undertakings to care for those residents, those compact residents, have not been paid for in any great extent by the federal government. This is unfinished business. And that money is not in this bill as it usually is because the administration has submitted a proposal under which the benefits that the states now pay for would now be covered by the federal government. So the omission of that money in this bill is a critical omission, but there is a reason for it that we need to work through in the course of this bill. So I commend to you the compacts from a national security perspective, from an obligation perspective, from a relationship perspective. Please don't forget about the compacts as this bill moves forward. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hamadeh? The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Amadei. And although I don't retract my previous comments, and I'll be very, very brief. I would just like to say to my good friend, Mr. Case, I appreciate his advocacy. I think there's bipartisan concern with many of the issues that he's brought up. He's one of the most thoughtful members, and I think one of the most well-informed members on this area and these issues. And I would support the efforts that he has and continues to make in regarding the issues and these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Capter's recognized for her remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise to associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Pingree and our Ranking Member DeLauro. During this time of change in our country following the pandemic, I don't think there's a community that we represent where teachers and pastors and others are telling us about the need for places, safe places for children and adolescents to kind of work through some of the damage that was done during the pandemic with their own beings. And arts and cultural programs are one of the most important ways that we bring people together in non-judgmental ways. So it's very concerning to me to look at this bill and look at the cuts that are being made to the National Endowment for the Arts and the Humanities. It's really shocking to go out even to rural areas that I represent. I have 7 rural counties. The last thing I thought I would hear from high school principals was, Congresswoman, we need help with the mental health of our kids. That is stated over and over and over again. So I think this particular set of cuts is really very harmful, and it certainly isn't helpful to communities across this country that are trying to deal with the reality of what has followed as a result of the pandemic. So I wanted to express my views there. I think that the cut to the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, there's another place where it seems like cuts are easy, but that breaks cultural ties to the diverse communities and communities of interest that we represent. I wanted to turn quickly to critical environmental programs. I obviously am a Great Lakes representative. We live and breathe the environment that we are in, and it is really shocking to see a 39% cut to the Environmental Protection Agency. Are you kidding? A 13% cut to the Fish and Wildlife Service, and a 10% cut to the U.S. Geological Service. This really sets us back in the Great Lakes. I hope we can change this in the Senate, and I'm sorry that my friends on the other side of the aisle can't really maybe interpret what their cuts will mean. But we have a $52 billion economy in the Great Lakes region, and our lakes, particularly Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, they're the shallowest of the lakes. They are truly threatened. Our state doesn't have enough money to help us in these lakes that we share with Canada to clean them up and to prevent all of the harmful nutrients that are creating huge algal blooms that are making it very difficult for freshwater systems to function. This is not a tomorrow problem. This is a today problem. And so I would urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to, as we move forward with these bills, to try to work with the Senate to come up with a more realistic number, my heavens. And related to this, we have the underfunding, actually cutting, of the funding for the National Wildlife Refuge System. The National Wildlife Refuge System in places like the Great Lakes, let me be a teacher here for a change, they are the sponges that filter our water that comes from many rivers and streams, overland, over sub-watersheds that then flows into Lake Erie. And if we do not have these sponges to absorb all of the harmful nutrients that are coming from urban runoff and chemicals that have been put on the land in our very bountiful agricultural bowl, what happens is the lakes get sicker. And Ontario and Erie are getting sicker every year. The numbers are not turning in the right direction. So the refuges we have, you're cutting funding from them. None of the refuges in the country, which were privately donated by many of our duck hunters and our shooting clubs and so forth, they don't have staff. And some only have one person to manage hundreds of thousands of acres across the country, and I have the only wildlife refuges in Ohio in our region. So this is really a dangerous cut. This isn't helping us in a region where we have the largest body of fresh water on the continent. Hear me? The largest body of fresh water on the continent, which we must manage with the Canadians. Beyond that, our state is one of a handful where the emerald ash borer has eaten through our trees, which means when they die, and we've lost 20 million just in Ohio and Michigan, it means we lose that much more oxygen. And so we have to replant the trees, and yet your cut in these programs does not allow us to proceed in a methodical, expedited manner to plant trees. Many of our cities can't afford to do this. We need the help of the federal government. So what you're basically doing is you're shifting, you're inhibiting our ability to fix what's wrong and pushing it to the next generation, which is your children and your grandchildren's generation. Shame, shame, shame on that. And then on drinking water infrastructure, this is really an eye-opener. You are cutting $1.77 billion from the state revolving funds. They're so puny already they can't do the job. We find every which way to try to find money to bring them back to our urban communities, and you're going to make it even harder for these communities to upgrade their aging infrastructures, not just removing lead pipes, but literal collapses in the sewer systems and the water systems across these cities because our states can't fund it. Our states can't, so you're abdicating your responsibility there in so many other places in our country. Finally, whether we like it or not, I just wanted to end by saying that the earth is speaking to us in solemn tones. And I come from the state where John Glenn risked his life multiple times through this country, including moving NASA and our understanding of what's happening in the non-terrestrial environment of Earth above us so that we would learn. They gave their lives to us, Neil Armstrong, another Ohioan. And I urge my colleagues who may not believe what is happening to go to the NASA maps. Just look at what's happening to the wildfires in Canada. We have never experienced what is happening in the environment on this continent with the fires in Canada. I'm probably older than most everybody in this room, but just let me say, this has, not everybody, I know my time is ending, but to say this has never happened before. We have to act quickly. We cannot raid these accounts. We have to do our job as the highest level of government in our country to repair the damage and to turn this continent as best as we can and world over to the next generation in better condition than we found it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair's been very generous with time and will try to continue to be. I remind everybody there is a White House picnic tonight, and I know a number of you have families, so we'll have maybe a big decision to make if we can't stay on time. So it's up to you, but I'd prefer to get done and everybody go about their business than to adjourn and come back. But that's more in your hands than it is in mine. With that, we'll move to Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized for any comments she cares to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Ranking Member Pingree as well as Ranking Member DeLauro and Chair Granger. There are 1,000 different things that make me proud to be a Nevadan and to represent Nevada here. And as an appropriator, I take a lot of pride in being able to secure resources that meet the needs of our communities. One of the biggest treasures in our state and that I cherish as well as all Nevadans, of course, is our public lands. From Red Rock Canyon, where I and countless others enjoy days hiking and biking, to one of our nation's newest national monuments, Aviquame, which pays homage to culture and traditions of our tribal communities, public lands are central to our state's economy and identity. It should go without saying, however, that these sites do not take care of themselves. They are managed and maintained by thousands of hardworking people at the Bureau of Land Management, which this bill would set back at a time when BLM is already overburdened and understaffed. Specifically, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars less than what they are already making stretch this past year. That all guarantees a bigger backlog at BLM, which oversees nearly 70% of the lands in Nevada, and will mean further delays and disruptions for local governments and our stakeholders at home. And I will tell you, I have reports from our local counties as they try to get lands to develop, whether it's for parks or affordable housing. They're talking about delays of up to 2 years already in getting approvals. And so I think everyone in this room can agree that government should run more efficiently and more effectively. So why on earth are we making it so difficult? You cannot intentionally kneecap an agency and then turn around and complain that the agency isn't running well. And that's exactly what this bill does. Now, there's some surprising, promising pieces in this bill. Specifically, I appreciate the manager's amendment that restores funding for OpenET, much to the relief of farmers, ranchers, and water managers across the West who rely on quality water data to make informed decisions. But I wish more of this bill operated in that same bipartisan spirit as we continue to confront our worst drought in 12 centuries. And for the record, there was a great snow season this year, as everyone out west knows, but the drought is not over. Instead, we're talking about cutting EPA funding by 40%. That's the lowest level of funding for this agency since 1991. This means fewer resources for community projects focused on clean water, drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, not just in Nevada, but across this country. And yet another missed opportunity comes from the completely inadequate amount of funding to finally begin cleaning up our nation's abandoned hard rock mines. You cannot find a single person, ranging from experts at the Nevada Division of Minerals to Republican governors, from Alabama to Wyoming, to representatives of the mining industry itself, who isn't passionate about the additional resources that are truly needed to address this long-standing and very dangerous challenge. Experts have indicated that the total cost of environmental and physical remediation at abandoned hard rock mines in sites in Nevada alone very likely exceeds $3 billion. That's with a B. How much does this bill provide? $3 million. That's with an M. That's 0.1%. As a Nevadan, sadly, I cannot support this bill because of its complete disregard for protecting and stewarding resources that make my state and the American West so great. And as an appropriator, I can't support this bill because sadly it does fall far short of what I was looking forward to as an appropriator, the bipartisan spirit that we all are here to embody. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Changed your gender on you. Chairman Simpson, Ranking Member Pingree, we can all agree that it's pretty hot this week, both outside in the 90-plus degree heat and inside this room. But it's nearly impossible to argue that climate change not only exists, but is actually intensifying now. More than 100 million Americans are sweltering under heat advisories, including most of South Florida. For the first time on record, an excessive heat warning was issued for Miami with heat index exceeding 110. In Phoenix, for 2 weeks straight, they endured 110-plus degree heat, breaking a 50-year record. It's not just our cities that are scorching. Our oceans are simmering too, with water temperatures near Miami in the mid-90s instead of the normal mid-80s. Just ask fishermen what warmer waters do to hurt the abundance, migratory patterns, and mortality rates of wild fish stocks, which costs all of us around the dinner table. Our friends in Canada face raging, uncontrolled wildfires, leaving us to choke on their smoke, and now the Northeast is drowning in floodwaters. The effects of climate change and global warming are everywhere. No rational person can see all this and look at the data or listen to climate experts and say with a straight face that climate change is not here. Heck, we've felt it for years in South Florida, draining millions from state and local government coffers already. So what is the majority's response in this bill? A crippling 39% cut to the EPA and policy provisions that will severely undercut efforts to curb CO2 emissions. We haven't seen EPA funding levels dip this low since 1991, which ironically is when we needed to start tackling climate change. Yet 3 decades later, you're still ignoring it. So what does this mean for your folks at home, practically speaking? More asthma, more cancer, higher food prices, and more natural disasters upending American families' lives. Come on, pull your head out of that boiling sand. We need to invest in clean energy, not just right now, but we needed to do it yesterday. And as usual, the majority saddles the worst budgetary pain on those who already suffer most, cutting $1.4 billion for environmental health in underserved communities. If the majority stands by this reckless, willfully ignorant funding, you'll have some very ugly and very heated conversations with your grandchildren in a few years. Besides underfunding the Department of the Interior and the EPA, the bill also neglects the Smithsonian Institute. I was extremely disappointed, like others, that this bill bars funding for the new National Museum of the American Latino and the operation of the existing Molina Family Latino Gallery. The legislation that created this museum enjoyed bipartisan strong support just 3 years ago. The Latino community is so integral to America's heritage, it baffles me why the majority would block the Smithsonian from highlighting their historic and cultural contributions, especially since Congress created this museum. We must embrace the beautiful mosaic that makes our nation so incredible and that includes investing in public museums to provide a cultural and educational platform. Let's take some pride in America. Build up our public spaces, not starve and neglect them. Make sure that we don't boil our citizens, and that we have a planet and a country that we can live on, and that we're not going to have to come find some other planet someday and leave this one behind because we destroyed it. But this is just another example of Republicans using this appropriations process to kowtow to the small minority of extremists and culture warriors in their party who want to hide or bend or bury our wonderfully diverse cultures and who want to ignore climate science. For these reasons and many others, I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Carl is recognized for remarks.
Acting Speaker, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chairman. You know, our friends on the other side of the aisle on this environmental issue, I've got to speak. I sit on natural resources, so I'm privy to a lot of the conversations. But it is fear that we're trying to sell here. And we've got to stop and think where we have actually come from. It's important to understand where we've come from to understand where we're going. In the 80s and the 70s, when I was a child, you couldn't see the city of Birmingham when you came over the top of Red Oak Mountain. And that's beautiful. It's prestige. We have come a long ways. We should be proud of that. Instead of beating people, trying to take our money that's needed in other areas like Social Security we talked about earlier, and try to spend it on foolish plans. So I encourage you, instead of us sitting around talking about what we don't have, let's talk about what we do have. What we do have is we have a coal mine in Birmingham, a met coal lease that should have been released 3.5 years ago, but this administration has deliberately disrail that. Why? I don't know. No one knows. We have nickel mines up in Minnesota. Derail that project. Why? No one knows. We are deliberately trying to keep from using our own resources while we're buying them from China, while we're getting more and more dependent on our enemies. So I encourage you, please, let's change this process. This bill, which I do support, addresses the unnecessary abuse of the Endangered Species Act. Most people may not realize this, but think about this for just a second. If you buy a condo in Alabama on the beach, 30% of that condo price is generated and the cost has come from environmental projects, whether it's studies, whether it's a road, a tunnel put under a road for mice, the turtles. We all want to protect the turtles, but it is 30% of the overall cost is what you're paying for. So we've got to get some realistic thoughts here. You know, delisting some of these species. Alabama's got the longest list. No one's ever questioned it. I'm going to start questioning it, so start looking for it. Why are we protecting a mouse on a beach? They're rats. They multiply very quickly, very quickly. This will help protect hunting and fishing rights. My family, we have a tradition when my kids turn 14 years old, I take them to Colorado and we go elk hunting at a federal park. That is our tradition. Girls and boys. Under this new law that the Biden administration's got, they're going to prohibit any lead from being used in these parks. So that means all you fishermen and all you hunters just got a big chunk of America taken away from you and where you can actually use those lead products. That is un-American, and I won't stand for it. It's going to drive the price of everything through the roof, whether it is a fishing lure, and I have thousands of dollars of fishing lures that don't qualify, or whether it's ammo, and I have a few rounds of ammo also. So we've got to get back to some realistic things we can do for the environment. So let's work at it. You know, we got to claw back these priority wasteful spending projects that we have going. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, let's work together on some stuff on this committee that actually works for America and not against one another. You know, you enjoy hunting, you enjoy fishing. I'm sure you do. So think about that before a bill like this comes up and you have a chance to stop it where you can leave the parks open for the sportsmen that want to use it. With that, Mr. Chair, I return my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ming is recognized for remarks.
Thank you, Sir Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to the Interior Appropriations funding bill at a time when parts of our country are facing extreme temperatures across the Northern Hemisphere. The majority party is proposing to jeopardize our response to the climate crisis, endangering public health and our economy. It also makes me incredibly sad to see critical funding for arts and our national museums dragged into a culture war fight in this bill. The majority has decided to slash funding for the Smithsonian, reversing course on progress we made on a bipartisan basis for the last 2 years. In fiscal year 23, this bill included a record $2.5 million for the Asian Pacific Center and Asian Pacific Pool at the Smithsonian. In fiscal year 24, there are $0 dedicated to the center or the pool. I also have to express my disappointment that this bill prohibits funds for the most recently authorized Smithsonian Institution National Museum of the American Latino and the existing Molina Family Latino Gallery. Without dedicated dollars and with this prohibition, each Smithsonian museum will have fewer resources dedicated to helping them include diverse perspectives. And as the report tells us on page 94, the majority is very concerned with the Smithsonian's incorporating diverse perspectives. I meet folks from across the country, both Republicans and Democrats, who tell me how the Smithsonian and our future national museums are memorials that reflect, preserve, and disseminate stories that otherwise risk being lost in our American history. As written, this bill is a shameful testament to the disregard for our nation's history, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Simpson to offer a manager's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a manager's amendment at the desk, and I ask the clerk to dispense with reading of the amendment.
There's an amendment to the desk. Just go ahead.
The
Without
amendment,
objection.
the amendment makes a number of non-controversial changes to the bill and report that are of interest to many members of this committee. I appreciate the collaboration working with Ranking Member Pingree and her staff in putting this amendment together, and I urge the adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Ms. Pingree's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. I appreciate the chairman working collaboratively with myself and members of the subcommittee to make technical corrections and adjustments where appropriate, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Any
yield
other
back.
members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Simpson for 1 minute to close.
Yield back.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. It's Pingree number 1, and I ask that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with, and the members recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
This bill contains 47 poison pill riders that include discriminatory riders that have already proven so divisive in earlier markups. In particular, the rider that prohibits the display of the pride flag. I have to say, it's interesting that the rider allows the official flag of the Secretary of Interior to be flown as a nod to our colleague who created it and instituted the raising and lowering of it when he entered or exited the Interior building, yet it doesn't allow the flying of a flag that recognizes a much larger segment of our society. I am strongly opposed to any effort to discriminate against the LGBTQ plus community or prevent flying any flag that is chosen to reflect the full history, culture, and the people of this great country. I'm also appalled by the majority's posture toward Latinos with the rider that prohibits the Smithsonian Institution from highlighting the contribution of American Latinos in U.S. history and culture. Unfortunately, this bill is the latest in a string of appropriations bills that create divisions in our society instead of fostering collaboration to address challenges like climate change that impact all of us. I'm sorry to say, I feel like my colleagues are forgetting the words our founding documents intoned: equality, unalienable rights to liberty and the pursuit of happiness, establish justice, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. And frankly, we know that if we ever make it to conference, these riders are non-starters. They only seek to stall by partisan negotiations. So I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Mr. Simpson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment to eliminate these important provisions. There's something like, 47 or so provisions in this bill that they propose to strike. We included these provisions to promote domestic energy production, expand access to critical minerals, rein in heavy-handed regulations at the EPA, limit abuse of the Endangered Species Act, and protect hunting, fishing, and recreational access. Even the Supreme Court agreed that the Biden administration's Waters of the United States rule is flawed and must be repealed. For these reasons, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment and thank my colleague for offering it. We are now marking up our 10th bill, and the majority's appetite for poison pills seemingly has no end. Page after page, I'm almost tempted to say I'm impressed at just how many different ways they have devised to stifle environmental protections and sow division, while at the same time rewarding polluters who seek to put profit ahead of Americans' health and well-being. Rolling back clean air and water protections, putting endangered species at risk, ignoring environmental justice, pushing the history of American Latinos back into the shadows, suppressing efforts to combat climate change. The list goes on and on and on, a list written by and gifted to the most extremist voices in their party. I hope the members of this committee reconsider the path they are taking us down with this relentless focus on handouts to those in their party who have already told us in a public letter to the Speaker that they have no intention of voting for these bills on the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of Ranking Member Pingree's amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Pingree Amendment to strike the harmful policy riders from the FY24 Interior Appropriations Act. Most of the time, when we say the word climate, we're referring to the long-term weather pattern in a region. As my colleagues have said already, the policy riders and the steep funding cuts to initiatives at the Department of Interior and the Environmental Protection Agency will have an adverse impact when it comes to combating the severe weather patterns and the rising temperatures associated with climate change and the drastic and devastating consequences our country and the entire earth are experiencing. However, the bill before us today weakens the climate in another way as well. Climate also refers to a general attitude, opinion, or feeling that exists at a particular time. We say there is a climate of trust, a climate of fear. We also speak about the political and the economic climate in our nation. The policy riders in this bill worsen the climate in our nation in that they create division and distrust by targeting initiatives promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in our federal workforce. They even prohibit the Smithsonian Institution from highlighting the contributions of American Latinos in U.S. history. In short, these policy riders make our country a lesser nation, a more divided nation, and a nation that seems to be turning away from the noble principles of freedom, justice, and equality on which our nation was founded. These policies create a climate of concern. These policies really make us concerned about the rich, pluralistic history of our country that reflects the contributions of the many ethnic and other groups that are being suppressed, that are being denied, that are being devalued and denigrated by this bill. Native Americans, African Americans, Asian Pacific Americans, Indian Americans, the entire diaspora that is America must be lifted up and celebrated if ever we will become a United States of America. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's improve the climate generated by this bill. Let's pass the Pingree Amendment.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Oh, Ms. McCollum's recognized.
I thank the ranking member from this en bloc amendment that would strike the harmful riders, and I appreciate her just doing it in one fell swoop because they're all unacceptable, and it will, to the chair's point, alleviate a lot of pain and suffering as we move forward today. The riders in this bill, we have them, as I mentioned before, to remove the gray wolf and the long-eared bat from the endangered species list, to prevent the EPA from taking actions on certain pesticides and labeling, and requiring oil and gas leases. And I will speak more about the dangerous rider about the leasings on the boundary waters. But this bill is attempting to lock up public lands to mine it, evading the law, standard process mine to line the pockets of mining companies like the mining company in Minnesota. This bill has other provisions that will lock up public lands across the country. I want to highlight and focus on section 444, which says that any person or any company can lock up and hold our lands hostage under the guise of a mining claim, preventing it from being used for anything from conservation to renewable energy development. The beginning of this rider states, and I quote from it, "A claimant shall have the right to use, occupy, and conduct operations on public lands with or without the discovery of a valuable mineral deposit." This rider would make mining the highest use of public lands with no restrictions. This would reverse over 100 years of public land law precedent. Federal agencies could not follow the normal process to consider valuable, equitable aspects of our public lands such as recreation, conservation, traditional cultural uses, and renewable energy projects. Currently, mining claims do not become valid just because a claimant says so. There needs to be a discovery of a valuable mineral. This rider would meet any person, including a foreign entity of concern, could claim mining rights on our public lands simply by grounding a stake, paying a fee, filing some paperwork. Creating an instant valid right upon staking a claim raises serious questions about the future of our public lands and also the future of mineral withdrawals, as a claimant will automatically have validated existing rights on withdrawn lands. This is not only an environmental concern, but it's also one of national security. Remember, I mentioned a foreign entity of concern could do this as well. This is an unprecedented giveaway for the mining industry that would result in land being used for massive waste dumps, automatic right-of-ways for pipelines, and it will allow these companies to circumvent the permitting process that applies to every other industry operating on public lands. Now, I support Ranking Member Pingree's total en bloc amendment, especially to strike this rider, which targets our public lands, provides industry giveaways, restricting the ability of our federal agencies to do their job, and along with, as was mentioned by Mr. Bishop and others, to tack on extreme policy ideas that will damage our workforce and our country and take us in the wrong direction. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Ranking Member Pingree's amendment, both as a Nevadan, but more importantly, as an American taxpayer. This provision in this bill just has me a little confused. I think we all agree that our job as appropriators is to help our government run as efficiently and effectively as possible. But as written, this bill requires the Interior Department to hold at least 4 onshore oil and gas lease sales per year in states including Nevada, where we already have extremely limited oil and gas resources. More troubling, if the lease sale fails because there is lack of eligible parcels or because it receives bids equivalent to less than a quarter of the lands being offered, this bill mandates that the department hold another sale that same fiscal year. The Ranking Member's amendment would remove this redundant and counterproductive requirement that simply stated saves taxpayers money. I've said it before when Republicans have insisted on including this reckless and redundant language in the H.R. 1 energy package, and I'll say it again today. If Mother Nature and the market determine that there's no there there, then let's acknowledge reality for what it is and move on. Low potential lands can help us advance bipartisan conservation, recreation, and renewable energy goals if and only if they are not locked up by oil and gas speculators at bargain basement prices. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment and make this bill better for the taxpayers who sent us here. Thank you.
Mr. Rupertsberger is recognized for remarks.
It's on. You got it. Okay. Let me start again. I stand in support my colleagues' amendment to strike the poison pill riders. For me specifically, Section 466 will have serious impact on our national security. Usually when I stand to talk about the Interior bill, it's to talk about the Chesapeake Bay and Maryland blue crabs, and they are good. But today I need to talk about satellites in our intelligence community. I served on the intelligence community for 12 years, 4 as its ranking member. And while on HPSI, I saw all the threats that target the United States. It's scary, and we employ a spectrum of technologies to keep us safe, like cybersecurity, human intelligence, and satellites. Satellites can take sensor readings or images that we can't obtain in other ways. So making sure our satellite fleet is in perfect working order is essential. Now, Section 466 of the bill relates to the Railroad Valley site. The Railroad Valley site is in Nevada, which is essential to our national defense, helps collaborate sensors and imagery collections equipment. This site has been used by NASA, NOAA, and some of our intelligence agencies for over 30 years. The Railroad Valley site is the only location in the United States used by these satellites to collaborate their sensors. This is due to the unique characteristics of the Railroad Valley, a large, flat, stable, and reflective area, which is required for the calibration of satellites, along with being accessible for ground sensors to help validate spaceborne measurements. Just to remind everyone, satellite remote sensing supports U.S. military and intelligence operations by providing imagery, analytics, and other data that enable enhanced global awareness and transparency, including most recently in Ukraine. It helps with climate modeling, helps our farmers develop deeper agricultural data to avoid food insecurity, and helps every U.S. business with tracking cargo and other supply chain activities. By removing the protections of this site, we put at risk the utility of both our national and commercial satellites, which could harm our national security and force a reliance on inferior foreign collaboration sites that we are unable to control and maintain. I also ask that we, this committee, continue to work to make sure that NASA, NOAA, and the intelligence community and other U.S. agencies have access to this important site. I ask that all my colleagues support the Pingree amendment. Thank you.
Do any other members seek recognition, speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Ms. Pingree is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. These egregious riders have no place on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment.
Yeah. Oh. The question's now on the amendment offered by Ms. Pingree. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote's been requested. Hands will be raised. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Recorded vote's ordered.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, no. Mrs. Spice. Mrs. Spice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, nay. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, yes. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. Laturner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat is not recorded. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Trone is not recorded. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. You can just ask.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 32. The amendment's not adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading of the amendment. It is the Republican en bloc.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the members recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
This en bloc amendment includes several common sense changes that reinforce the goals and priorities of this bill. Provisions included in this amendment would prohibit funds for the EPA's Clean Power Plan 2.0, prohibit the listing of the dune sagebrush lizard under the Endangered Species Act, prevent the EPA from imposing additional burdensome regulations on farmers using rodenticides to prevent animal disease and prevent crop loss on farms across the country, and address several other important policy and concerns raised by my colleagues to help communities across this country. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in opposition to this amendment. This is the 10th bill to be marked up in the full committee. And through the course of this process, I believe the integrity of the committee has degraded further and further. This Republican en bloc that's now attached to every bill has become the tool used by the majority to jam through dozens of partisan riders while limiting the debate and transparency of what's in it. The committee did not see fit to include these provisions in the base bill, but now the chair and others must defend these ideas that I think are now offensive and not transparent. The amendment includes 10 new partisan policy riders designed to make a bad bill even worse. For example, the amendment includes a provision that, despite how it reads, seeks to define marriage as being between a man and a woman. This is the same provision the majority has already included in previous bills, continuing the majority's attack on the LGBTQ community. This amendment includes more giveaways for polluters who seek to dirty our water and air for the sake of profits. It threatens wildlife and human health. It further attacks the arts and humanities. It endangers the sustainability of our national parks. Quite frankly, it's just more of the same terrible ideas. I really do hope my colleagues reflect on this year's appropriations process and make a concerted effort to rebuild the committee's reputation and no longer do these kind of unblock amendments. I oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to vote no. Yield back.
Ms. Henson's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be brief in my comments, but I just wanted to thank Mr. Simpson for offering this amendment and including a specific rider that will help provide certainty for Iowa farmers. This provision I'm addressing today is to prevent the EPA from imposing some burdensome regulations and management tools like rodenticides. These are products that have been utilized widely in the ag industry for years, from dairy farmers to poultry producers. These are used to control pests and also, importantly, to mitigate the spread of animal diseases. And since the EPA proposed this rule last November, dozens of stakeholders have raised concerns to our office and many other offices about the potential impact, the costs to our food supply, the security of our food supply, that potential impact. And despite all of this feedback, the EPA refused to extend the comment period and has continued to move full steam ahead. So as we've seen with the recent spread of, for instance, avian influenza, with the impact on egg prices and poultry, disease management is absolutely critical to make sure that we can ensure the strength and security of our food supply chain. It's essential that we preserve farmers' access to tools that they need to use every single day to manage their operations, to prevent pests, to prevent disease spread, and this amendment does just that. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for including this in this amendment, in this en bloc amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Torres is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Chairman of Rules and sitting in chairman of this wonderful committee. I rise in opposition of this en bloc amendment, or this amendment. It is there anything that is not on the cutting block for this majority? Lizards are not safe. Grizzly bears are not safe. And marriage. While I am not the oldest person in this room, I have been married probably longer than many of the people in this room, to the same person, by the way. 38 years with my husband, Louis. I'm fortunate that I fell in love with someone of the opposite sex. But that's not an everyday occurrence. And defining marriage between a man and a woman and not acknowledging the love that other couples, LGBTQ couples, feel for each other is so mean-spirited and really beneath the honorable before our names. I asked the members in this room to oppose this because my marriage is strong, not because it's between a man and a woman. My marriage is strong because we work at it every single day. Not every day is a good day, but every anniversary is a good anniversary. So I am asking my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Simpson's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I encourage my members to support this, amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question's now on the amendment offered by Mr. Simpson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. And they're going to have a show of hands, please. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, yes. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole.
Yes.
Mr. Cole, yes. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Lauro.
No.
Mr. Lauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, yes. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel's not recorded. Ms. Frankel? Okay, Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, aye. Oh, Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter is not recorded. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the noes are 27. The amendment is adopted. Ms. McCullum's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, with the
Consider the amendment as read. Thank you, sir.
reading of the amendments dispensed with, the members recognized for opening remarks on her amendment.
My amendment strikes two riders in this bill. That would overturn scientific determinations by the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management on necessary protections for our public lands and resources. The mineral withdrawal and the denial of 2 copper sulfide ore mining leases were actions taken to protect the watershed that flows through a 1.1 million acre Boundary Waters Wilderness Canoe Area. This wilderness protects a priceless reserve of water so clean you can literally drink straight from it from the lakes. A full 20% of the fresh water supply in our national forest system is within this water-intensive habitat of the Superior National Forest. This water is the world's most critical natural resource. We are witnessing today litigation over access to water through the drought-stricken Colorado River and other places in the United States. Our watersheds must be protected not only for today, but also for future generations. The decision to protect this watershed of the BWCA came as a result of a deliberate scientific review that should not be hastily overturned through a funding bill. In 2016, the Interior Department recognized the legal right of the Forest Service to review the Twin Metals application to renew the 2 expired leases. The Forest Service denied consent and the leases were rejected. That's how the leasing process is designed and managed to work. In January 2016, under a process explicitly authorized by Congress under the Federal Land Policy Management Act, the Forest Service filed an application for mineral withdrawal for the Rainy River watershed. It initiated a 2-year environmental study, including the collection of extensive public input and scientific review. During our hearings in the Interior Subcommittee in the spring of 2016, the Trump administration Secretaries of Agriculture and Interior testified on the record that the study would be completed and that no mining decisions would be made until it was concluded. That was all in line with established statutory procedures for mineral withdrawals. At the same time the Rainy River watershed was being considered for withdrawal, 2 other watersheds were going through the exact same process. Emigrant Crevice, known as Paradise Valley in Montana, and Metho Valley in Washington State. All 3 watersheds were threatened, all 3, by the same sulfide ore mining. The studies of the watersheds in Montana and Washington were completed, and their minerals withdrawals were executed in 2018. And I show you the withdrawal. It's all there, all the scientific thing for crevice mineral and the Metho headwaters mineral withdrawal. And along with that, before these withdrawals were done, there were supporting documents for both of them like this. So, the Rainy River watershed now becomes a political football. Twin Metals' parent company, the Chilean mining company conglomerate Antofagasta, heavily lobbied the Trump administration. And incidentally, the company's CEO leased a home to Jared and Ivanka Trump. In May 18th, the Trump's Interior Department decided to steamroll over the Forest Service previous suggestions and reinstate Antofagasta's leases. September 2018, 20 months into a 24-month study that I had been told by both secretaries would go forward, it stopped. The secretary announced that they were abandoning the study. They were canceling the withdrawal application. They were given a green light for the mining to move forward. My office in the Interior Subcommittee on Appropriations repeatedly asked to see the science that justified this decision. Outside groups filed FOIA's request for the record of decision. And here's what your taxpayers' dollars got. And I'm going to try really hard not to drop this on the floor. 60 pages. 60 pages of redacted information. Not one amount of explanation, even why it was being withdrawn. 60 pages. And let me tell you, for those of us who serve on certain committees, such as defense, and we know in intel when something's classified. Now I want to fast forward to today. The Biden administration correctly went back and did a study. They found that after they did it, that we could move forward with a withdrawal. And I know my time has expired and I had more that I was going to say, so I'm going to be quick and just show you now. Now we have the same type of study that was done for the other two withdrawals. The Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, after they did it, came to the same conclusion that Rainy River should have been treated as the other two federal lands that were looked at for copper sulfide mining. So what my amendment does is it does what should have happened all along. It protects the current administration's protection of this pristine water. And Mr. Chair, my time has expired, so I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment to strike these important provisions. It is critical for the United States to achieve energy independence, and we cannot sit back and rely on foreign nations to supply the critical resources on which we depend the most. And yet the current administration has repeatedly put out rulings that limit the American conventional energy and other natural resource development. Earlier this year, President Biden signed an agreement to fund Chinese-owned mining projects in the Congo, where over 40,000 children work as slaves in forced labor with inhumane conditions and no environmental protections. That was the Biden administration that did this. We must develop our vast mineral wealth right here at home, utilizing high-wage American jobs instead of continuing to send our taxpayer dollars to countries like the Congo that rely on child slave labor. The Duluth Complex in northern Minnesota is a world-class mineral deposit containing nearly 8 billion tons of copper, nickel, cobalt, and platinum group metals. These minerals have seen huge upswings in demand due to their use in, you guessed it, battery storage, electric vehicles, and other rapidly expanding sectors, many of which have been pushed by this administration. If developed, the Duluth Complex could constitute 95% of U.S. nickel reserves, 88% of U.S. cobalt reserves, and 75% of U.S. platinum group resources. Despite the potential economic benefit to the region and growing demand for these minerals, the Biden administration has taken multiple actions to target a specific project in the region, Twin Metals, Minnesota, from moving forward, instead of allowing a regular review process to take place. The included provisions undo the administration's hasty America Last decisions and put America first, allowing for job and industry growth. We must continue to pursue an all-of-the-above approach that utilizes all of our domestic natural resources, including coal, oil, minerals, timber, natural gas, and wind. You know, it's amazing how many of our critical minerals and rare earths we get from countries that do not like us. And yet, we have those minerals here in this country. But because of mining restrictions and rules and regulations, we can't get to the minerals that we have in this country. And so we continue to rely on China and other places. When are we going to wake up to this problem that we have in this country? I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to promote and prioritize, not hinder, U.S. production of energy and natural resources. I yield back.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am in support of this amendment. This amendment proposes to strike sections 442 and 443, which prohibit the withdrawal of lands in the nation's most visited wilderness area from geothermal and mineral leasing, and it reinstates hard rock mineral leases in Superior National Forest that were issued by the previous administration in 2019 after circumventing extensive review and assessment. So to make matters worse, Section 443 even precludes further judicial review of hard rock mineral leasing in this important ecosystem. The purpose of the withdrawal was to protect the health, traditional, cultural values, and substance-based lifestyle of the tribes in this region. In their haste to open public lands to development at any cost, it's obvious that Republicans have not given a passing thought to the adverse impacts of mineral exploration and development on this pristine environment. I am sorry to see them trying to resurrect extraction when it has already been determined that leasing will have adverse impacts on ecological health no matter what mitigation measures are employed, and then on top of that, prevent further judicial review of leasing in such a special place. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and protect ecosystem health, tribal rights, and the local recreation economy. I yield back.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
Mr. Chair, I thank Mr. Bishop for his kindness. I'm going to go back and just reiterate a couple of things again. In January 2022, the solicitor's office at the Interior found that the twin metal leases were improperly issued and that those leases were once again canceled by Interior. The law does not give foreign mining companies, and this is a foreign mining company, automatic right to renew leases on our public lands. In June 2022, a comprehensive, and I held it up for you, a comprehensive environmental assessment was finally completed. Not the 60 pages that was redacted, not the 60 pages that I asked for as chair and the committee asked for as chair for the information to be given to this committee, given to the Appropriations Committee. And guess what the answer was? We don't have to, we're not going to. The Forest Service, now that they've completed the work, has recommended a mineral withdrawal just as it did in Montana and in Washington State. And the Interior Secretary implemented those protections in January accordance to the law. It was a science-based decision, looking at the hydrology of this area, the biodiversity it supports, and the clean water reserve it protects. So I'm asking you for your support. So how did Rainy River become such a political football and the other two withdrawals did not? When candidate Trump was in Duluth, he made his first appearance in Duluth, first time running. He went on stage and said, as president, I will let twin metals go forward. So in my opinion, this has always been, from the Trump presidency, a political decision. And Anacostia is a Chile-owned mining company. Now, I serve on the Defense Committee, and Mr. Simpson's absolutely right, and I agree. I think all of us agree in here. We need to be mining some of these minerals here. We need to be recycling them here. We need to be producing them here, beginning to finish. Our national security and the supply chain is important to it. But let's be clear about Anacostia. It is a Chilean-owned company that when it takes the least materials, it's going to send it to China for smelting and it's sold on the open market. So this isn't a decision today on our national security to protect anything. So I will close with this. I support multi-use of our public lands. Multiple use is about balance. It's about knowing that not all areas are right for all uses. And there are places that are appropriate to mine and places where it's not. That's a direct quote from the Secretary of Interior under the Trump administration. When the decision was made to withdraw Paradise Valley from mineral leasing, using the same process under Section 424 that this bill would now invalidate. I agreed with the Secretary then, and I hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will agree with me now. Our public land managers need to use the best science, and they need to establish processes of public input environmental review that will stand up to scrutiny. We should not be using a funding bill to overturn a final decision on mineral leasing and mineral withdrawals. This has been going on for far too long, folks. The science is in, and I believe that Rainy River should be treated just as the other two mineral withdrawals were. And with that, I yield back. And that is my closing, Mr. Chair.
The question's now on the amendment offered by Ms. McCullum. I'm sorry. Oh, I beg your pardon. Mr. Zinke's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love science. Let's talk about science. Hey, here's a periodic table. So let's talk about critical minerals. Let's talk about Navy SEALs that I know something about. So what do we need for critical minerals, and where are they from? Let's see, we have China coming in there with a number of them. We have Mexico. You know what's not on the map? United States. Let's talk about twin metals, shall we? The pristine area in the watershed, which I know something about, and I respect my good friend and colleague from Minnesota and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, absolutely. But what she doesn't tell you is there's a mine above twin metals on the Canadian side. What you would suggest that this somehow was stuffed through. Well, it's more than 60 pages, folks. You don't think about a mine unless you do an EIS, feasibility study, mineral studies, engineering studies. Matter of fact, tens of thousands of pages come to the same conclusion. This particular mine is environmentally responsible, it's safe, and it's necessary for our national defense. Pretty clear. Now, the history of this mine goes a long ways. Most recently, our Secretary of Interior present. When asked when she did do the moratorium, what mineral was in the mine? I think that's a fair question, don't you? Did anyone in this committee find it surprising that not one mineral could be named? That maybe perhaps nickel is important to batteries? To the opposition's desire to make everything EV? How are you going to do that without batteries? This mine is the largest nickel deposit on the face of the planet that we know of. This mine has critical minerals that are necessary in combat in defense of this country. And I agree. There are places to mine and there are not places to mine. And to even suggest Paradise Valley, which is probably a scam by Lucky Mine, a conglomerate in Canada, is the same at the foothills of Yellowstone National Park, that would be a stretch. And I'm being nice. This was reviewed, not only by me, by an entire department. And it's weighed. Because not everything is black and white in this country. And it was decided that we would go ahead. So I absolutely agree there's a place to mine and there's a not a place to mine in this country. And this is a place to mine safely, responsibility, the engineering plans, the thousands of pages of documents all will lead to the same conclusion. So with that, I would respectfully ask no from my members on both sides.
Thank you very much. Since the chair did not see Mr. Zinke, I want to offer the right to close to the author of the amendment if she cares to exercise it.
And I appreciate the respect to close. A couple of things. Water flows north. There's a thing called the Laurentian Divide, where the Twin Metals mine is located in the watershed of the boundary waters. Once polluted, and by the way, like 99% of these mines, they fail. And when they fail, it looks like a nuclear bomb went off. Everything dies. Everything dies. And that's what happened in Canada. Canada did have a mine, and it failed. And I could have brought pictures of it, but I just wanted to stay on the facts of what happened in this process. If this mine fails, and it will, because 99% of them fail, it will flow into Voyageurs National Park, and it will flow north into Canada into international waters. Talk about a study. Well, here's the study I got. Pretty black and white. Here's the study we have now. 20% of the purest water in the U.S. Forest Service. Water's life-giving. We don't put much of a price on it. Today, I hope you will. I yield back.
Thank you. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. McCollum. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Roll call has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Yes. Mr. Espaillat, yes. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, yes. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mrs. Bice is not recorded. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, yes.
Okay, Betty.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 32. The amendment's not adopted. Mr. Newhouse is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk which I would ask to be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The members recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and want to thank Mr. Simpson as well as Ranking Member Pingree, and also thank Ms. Pingree for allowing us to enjoy the goodness of some Maine blueberries. Appreciate that. Appreciate you sharing. I rise to offer an amendment that prohibits funds from being used to finalize the Bureau of Land Management's proposed Landscape and Conservation Health Rule, which is the latest example of this, I think, is this administration's latest overreach. Earlier this year, the BLM proposed a rule to elevate conservation under the multiple use mandate. The multiple use mandate, as you probably all know, was established by Congress back in 1976 under the Federal Lands Policy Management Act. That allows federal lands to be used for resource development, for grazing, for timber harvesting, and for recreation. And I know many of you support that law as written. Even our previous debate, Ms. McCollum rose and said that she supported the Multiple Use Act. So according to that act, it does not allow conservation under multiple use. So the proposed rule, by definition then, is illegal. And it would have drastic effects on energy prices, on food costs, and also on recreational opportunities. As chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, which I'm very proud to lead, a 104-strong member organization, I believe in the multiple use mandate, which is used to produce sustainable yields. It is not used, it should not be used, to lock up our lands from accessing the bountiful resources that we enjoy in this country, or the beautiful views and experiences that the public can enjoy that our public lands have to offer. In the midst of record high energy prices and food costs, this administration wants to exacerbate that problem by proposing a regulation that would reduce resource development, including renewable energy, as well as ranching on our public lands. The BLM is confusing conservation for preservation by sidestepping Congress's original intent. They do not have the authority for this proposed rule, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Simpson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Newhouse's amendment. The proposed rule would significantly impact how Idahoans interact with and enjoy the 12 million acres of BLM-managed land across Idaho by changing the longstanding and well-understood multiple-use approach of land management. For decades, Idahoans have cherished the concept of multiple use on public lands and have proven to be responsible stewards. The proposed rule jeopardizes years of successful management and collaboration between stakeholders who live, work, and recreate on public lands. If the BLM is serious about lasting conservation, they should have held more in-person public meetings in states with millions of acres of BLM land, not forged ahead blindly with a universally controversial rule that will cause billions of dollars in harm to Western states and our national economy. Conservation is not a land use. It is an outcome that has been the legacy for generations of ranchers, cattlemen, and all others responsibly using public lands on a daily basis. I thank the chair, and I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In spite of the fact that I appreciate the kind words of Mr. Newhouse about the exceptional Maine blueberries that were eaten yesterday, and while I know Washington State produces some wonderful blueberries, I know it was a tacit admission that ours might be tastier. I'm sorry, I have to oppose your amendment.
Take the words down.
Yeah. I was just discussing your blueberries, not you personally, of course. This amendment proposes to prohibit funding for BLM's proposed conservation and landscape health rule or any substantially similar rule. The proposed amendment upholds the BLM's, the proposed rule, not the amendment, upholds the BLM's multiple use and sustained yield mission as mandated in the Federal Land Policy and Management Act by protecting the health, diversity, and productivity of public lands for the American people today and in the future. Our public lands are facing growing threats from climate change, unprecedented drought, wildfires, the spread of invasive species, and loss of wildlife, while at the same time coming under increasing pressure to provide more opportunities for recreation and development. The BLM provided 90 days for written public comment on this proposed rule, held 3 in-person and 2 virtual public information sessions during this period. At the close of the public comment period on July 5th, the BLM had received 216,000 comments that they must review and respond to. The amendment short-circuits the rulemaking process by shutting down the rule before BLM has had a chance to analyze and respond to the public comments they have received. It essentially negates the efforts and comments of all who have engaged in the process to date. The proposed rule does not prohibit responsible development or impact BLM's respect for our honor of valid existing rights, and there is no intention to slow down resource management plans. This proposed rule is designed to keep working lands working, to balance various multiple uses of BLM lands, and does not elevate conservation above any other land use. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, the chair will avoid participating in the great blueberry debate and simply ask, do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for the time. I just wanted to point out, as you know, most all BLM properties are located in the West. It's something that was left, actually residual land that after the West was occupied, there was lands that it wasn't developed, it wasn't put aside for other purposes. And over the years, it's become utilized for a lot of different reasons. Timber operations, harvesting various things, obviously grazing, hunting is obviously a big thing, but also off-road, and that's a big thing in my area. Folks in the BLM have been trying to get people off-road for a long time, off the BLM property. And so we think this probably is a direct attack on that. It's a move toward this so-called 30-30 provision that taking 30% of all that land off track, and I think it's a dangerous thing, and I would certainly support the gentleman's amendment and make sure that this doesn't occur. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Amadei is recognized.
I rise in support of Mr. Newhouse's amendment. I'll be brief. Having lived through when the BLM a couple of administrations ago, under trying to resolve issues regarding sage hen, some of you Eastern people know that species as sage grouse, and rather than go through all, they just said, we're just going to amend 92 master plans, BLM master plans. What this is wilderness light, in my humble opinion. You want to protect these grounds, then say you want to protect them and put them through that process to either protect them or designate them as wilderness. But by creating this new land management thing, you don't have to go through the whole wilderness designation stuff. And it's just like, oh, we're just going to amend the master plans, and you people out there where BLM controls the majority of your state, have a nice day. So now we've got this new designation. It's like, we're not going to mess around with that wilderness stuff. You people tend to focus on that. And so we're just going to make this conservation thing part of the new lexicon, which we can now basically put them off limits to any sort of, by the way, remember NEPA, that due process administrative thing where you were supposed to be able to talk about it and talk about things like science and all that other sort of stuff? No, this is just part of this new designation. Relax. We're doing it as part of our management. No, thank you. If it should be wilderness, then let's make it wilderness, but let's not create a new designation so that we can do things that skirt around what we thought were the rules and now allow people under administrative process with, and no disrespect, You're absolutely right about the blueberries, and I will back you to the hilt on that. Sorry about that, amendment sponsor. But anyhow, I just want to say it's like thoughtful treatment of Western lands is not a bad thing, and this avoids that. I support the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Ziscamani is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Mr. Newhouse's amendment to prevent the Bureau of Land Management from finalizing their proposed landscape and conservation health rule. Access to public lands for outdoor recreation, resources development, and grazing is important to Westerners, especially Arizonans, where most of our land is federally managed. The BLM is proposing a regulation that would reduce access to public lands in favor of conservation easements, which will lead to higher energy costs and fewer recreational opportunities for my constituents. As a member of the Congressional Western Caucus, I know firsthand the individual landowners, are best stewards of their land because their livelihood depends on it. They take care of it day in and day out. We should be empowering them, not federal agencies and hardline environmental groups. The BLM is skirting congressional intent and actively working to reduce access to our public lands, putting our outdoor recreation industry and industry that fuels the livelihoods of many people in the West at risk. I urge support for this amendment and thank Mr. Newhouse for his leadership on the issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone's comments and on both sides of this issue. And Ms. Pingree, I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression that Maine blueberries were better than Washington's. They are good, but I wouldn't go quite that far. But I would just say simply in closing, let's not put a fence around our BLM lands, our lands throughout the West, our public lands. Close the gate and throw away the key and call that conservation. That restricts access, that restricts our ability to utilize resources. It restricts the ability for Americans to enjoy that land and conservation. And we can't call conservation multiple use. Like I said, that goes contrary to the 1976 law. So with those comments and everyone else's, I would just ask everyone to please support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions now on the amendment offered by Mr. Newhouse. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Lee of California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. Ms. Lee is now recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike these very harmful provisions that prevent environmental injustices, pollute our environment, and make us less safe. Specifically, these harmful riders cut funding authorized in the Inflation Reduction Act by over $9 billion. These rescissions include $7.8 billion from the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which supports investments for disadvantaged communities, $1.4 billion from environmental justice grants, and millions more slashed in funding for the Department of Interior and Council on Environmental Quality. Now, environmental justice, in case you don't know, what it is the right to a safe, healthy, productive, and sustainable environment for everyone, regardless of race, class, income, or background. Environmental injustices impact all of us, however. Now, in my home state of California, we're experiencing the climate emergency firsthand, and we know that these unprecedented fires are driven by climate change also. These rescissions would cause disproportionately harm to people of color and underserved communities. EPA data shows that people of color are much more likely to live near contaminated sites and breathe polluted air. For perspective, asthma, which particularly the pollution is really what causes people to be at risk for asthma. It's a huge risk factor. It impacts approximately 13.4% of African American children compared to only 7.3% of white children. The fight for environmental justice also is very personal for me. I grew up in El Paso, Texas, in a black and brown community under the shadow of a smokestack of the Arsaco copper smelter. My community was constantly exposed to toxic chemicals, and I watched so many people close to me suffer with health challenges because of the lead that spewed from that plant. In the 1970s, the CDC found that 62% of children under 10 living near the plant had toxic levels of lead in their blood. Even after the smelter was shut down, it took decades before any of the residents harmed saw any sort of justice. And in fact, my family members and friends, many, died premature deaths and still suffer very complicated long-term health impacts as a result of this plant. Now, all people and communities, rich or poor, deserve to be safe from environmental health impacts. We also know that people all across the country confront environmental injustices as a result. It's not just an urban problem. Rural communities also, for instance, are also adversely impacted by mining pollution and contaminated air and groundwater. I'm not going to stop until all of our colleagues understand that the human consequences of environmental injustice, these consequences are unjust. I ask my colleagues to consider the people, the families, those who every day bear the unequal and unjust consequences of our addiction to fossil fuels and politicizing the environment. Justice must be at the heart of our response, and my amendment does just this by striking these harmful anti-environmental justice riders from this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Simpson's recognized.
I thank you, Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment to strike the Inflation Reduction Act rescissions that we have included in this bill. With our national debt in excess of $32 trillion and inflation at an unacceptable level, we must rein in federal spending. Otherwise, we will be saddling our kids and grandkids with overwhelming debt. It is never, ever easy to cut spending. Simply holding funding flat is not enough. Last year, the last Congress, last 2 years, Congress spent $3 trillion outside of the normal appropriation process. $3 trillion. Instead of expanding the reach of the government, I want the EPA, the Council of Environmental Quality, the Presidio Trust, and other agencies in this bill to actually do less with less. We must rein in unnecessary federal spending and put our economy on track to recover. I will tell you that all of the alarm of what's happening in this world that's been expressed won't mean anything if we don't get our debt and deficit under control. Because we won't be a country anymore. I oppose this amendment and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. The rescissions proposed in this bill specifically target the administration's efforts to reduce the harmful impacts of climate change, and in particular, target communities that have historically been left behind. As I mentioned in my opening statement, climate change has reached a crisis point, and experts agree that we must take bold action to avoid a major irreversible catastrophe. Here's where the chair and I differ in our opinion. We're both concerned about future generations. He's concerned about spending, and I think we all want to have a balance in our spending in this country. But I'm concerned that we have a planet for our children and grandchildren to grow up on, and that we do what we're doing in a fair and just way. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is our best attempt yet at avoiding this climate catastrophe, and the rescission in this bill will reverse the progress that we've made. Bill also includes a rescission of $1.4 billion in environmental justice funding. This funding will finally ensure that everyone, regardless of race or income, will enjoy the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards. It will also ensure equal access to the decision-making process at all levels, to have a healthy environment in which to live, learn, and work. This rescission will abandon those groups who currently bear a disproportionate share of the negative environmental consequence, which includes large swaths of rural communities that I and many of my colleagues across the aisle represent. Rescinding this vital funding is a step in the wrong direction, and I support this amendment to strike the rescissions in this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same and yield back.
Mr. Espignon is recognized.
I stand in strong support of this amendment. Let me tell you how we won't have a country anymore. We won't have a country anymore if Florida continues to get slammed by these hurricanes. We won't have a country anymore if we get another superstorm Sandy in New York City. We won't have a country anymore if we continue to get choked up by these wildfires, Canadian wildfires, and the impact that it has on our breathing. We won't have a country anymore if the droughts in Texas and other places continue to impact the agriculture. We won't have a country anymore if the tornadoes continue to sweep up communities. And the enormous cost that this will impose on us here in Congress will bankrupt us. It will literally send us to bankruptcy court. So we won't have a country anymore. In fact, we may not even have a planet. So that's why I stand in so strong support of this amendment, which chooses to push back on the aggressive anti-environment, pro-pollution stand which we're trying to promote here, which cripples by 39% by imposing a cut on the EPA and policy provisions that would endanger public health, a strain on the economy, and increase costs. In the middle of the summer, with a full heat wave on, and some of you may experience that when you walk back to vote. Just walk back. Don't take the train. Walk back through Longworth so you can feel the heat wave. I don't know if some of you or myself can do that. But what better way to understand what's going on and how important this amendment is? And this amendment pushes back on a great piece of legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, which the entire world bragged about it at the COP27. I was there, and the entire world was talking about the initiatives, the investment that we made to not only save America, but to save the planet. What is wrong with us? What is it that we cannot see when in fact we can't even walk back to work because there's an extreme heat wave right here in Washington, D.C.? In fact, yesterday, I believe it was, the air quality once again was very poor, dangerously poor. Children and seniors have trouble breathing. And nothing is going on? What is it that this is just incredible? It's an existential threat. We must save this country and save the planet. If we're leaders in the world, we must also save this planet. And that's why I'm supporting strongly this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Dolores recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I comment on support of the amendment, let me just make one point. And I listened to the chair of the subcommittee talk about spending and the debt and what we're leaving our children and our grandchildren and how we need to consider this. But let me also say, I think there's something left out of this equation on the spending. There seems to be not a place in looking at what is going on. At 2017, $2 trillion in tax cuts for the richest 0.1% of the people in this country, and to the biggest corporations, many of whom pay no taxes. Right now, Ways and Means has over $1 trillion. I think it's almost $1.2 trillion in a tax cut. Once again, for the richest 0.1% of the people in this nation and the biggest corporations. That is a question of revenue. Spending we can talk about, but it is about revenue. Being able to collect that revenue to be able to carry out the services that the American people need. So let's not just focus on one portion of where and how we address debt. The spending is not causing the debt. It's a lack of revenue that's causing debt in this country. But I rise in support of this amendment, and I thank the gentlelady. This nation's forests are on fire. Cities across the country are in the midst of an unprecedented wave of extreme heat. There are floods in New England, including in my home state of Connecticut. Headlines: heavy rain and strong storms hit Connecticut. It's thousands lose power amid torrential rains. High waters damaging farmers' crops. State official pledged support for farmers. A governor visiting farms that are underwater. Another weekend of rain, floods, and adds to farmers' woes. This is just within the last few days. Tweed, this is the airport, reopens after heavy rain led to a Velo making cancellations. This is, read the papers, watch the news of what's happening around the country. Look at Vermont, other places where we're inundated with either heat, drought, floods, tornadoes, etc. So, yeah, based on the bills that we have seen out of this committee, I think some of my Republican colleagues would prefer to continue to deny the very existence of climate change. In bill after bill, we have seen a systematic effort to stamp out the investments to combat climate change that we have made via the appropriations process in these last several years. And if that were not enough, they are playing a shell game to prop up their subcommittee allocations with cut after cut to the Inflation Reduction Act. I was proud to cast my vote in support of the Inflation Reduction Act last summer. The law took historic steps to reduce the deficit, invest in domestic energy production and in manufacturing, and tackle the climate crisis by reducing carbon emissions by roughly 40% in 2030. The American people deserve more than just smoke and mirrors with budget gimmicks. They deserve results that will make a difference in their lives and protect the planet so that someday their children may enjoy it in the way so many before us have. We want to talk about our children's future? Let's take a look at this existential threat of climate change before it is too late. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of Congresswoman Lee's amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Ms. Lee's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I don't hear much debate or discussion around federal spending when it comes to.
Mike's not on, Barbara.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I don't hear too much debate or questioning from the majority when we talk about tax cuts for the very wealthy and billionaires and millionaires. It seems like federal spending, when we have that debate, is not even an issue. Also, let me just add to what Mr. Espaillat mentioned in terms of our world. We won't, and our country, we really won't have a country with low income and poor people and rural people and people of color if, in fact, you continue to allow these environmental injustices to persist. And I don't know if you understand what's taking place in terms of the disproportionate rates of health impacts in our communities. And to just say that these people in these communities are not important and to want to continue to try to wipe them out, I think that's what this amendment is trying to address to prevent from happening. I ask for an aye vote.
Questions now on the amendment offered by Ms. Lee. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise their hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Ms. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. While we're waiting to tally, I know some of you, again, are going to the White House picnic. We should be able to finish by 5:30, but we've been in touch with the White House. There will be arrangements if we were to arrive after 6 for you to enter by another direction. Both the minority and the majority staff have that information. So we can get done by 5:30. We obviously don't have an issue, and that's what I would encourage, but we will get you in there.
I'm shooting for 4.
The subcommittee chairman would like to do 4, actually, so if he were a little less long-winded, that might be possible, I don't know. But anyway, we'll keep you apprised, but if we can move it along again, everybody will be able to get out here at a reasonable time. Thank you for your cooperation.
Down for you. All right.
On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Zinke is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make it brief. Hey, grizzly bears. There's two great populations. One is the western Yellowstone grizzly hanging out by Yellowstone National Park, Idaho, and Montana. And then there's a greater continental grizzly bear, which is north. Brief history of it. All the governors believe, and based on science, that we have a grizzly bear population. In Montana, grizzly bears are all the way out in Chester, Montana, and places we haven't seen since Lewis and Clark. And big grizzlies, when you got 1,000-pounder and neighborhoods, they come in conflict. So the history of it was the Fish and Wildlife made a determination to take the greater Yellowstone grizzly off the list. They put it back on the list. It's Congress's. We have the authority to put it back on the list. It's based on science. This is a very measured approach. There is a dispute among the governors about the approach, whether you delist all grizzly bears in the lower 48. This is a measured response based on the science what we have, and the studies are clear on the greater Yellowstone grizzly population. That population has recovered. We should celebrate. The grizzlies are great grizzlies out there. But the ask is that we request and force the government do the right thing on the grizzlies, on the greater Yellowstone population. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in opposition to this amendment. So this amendment proposes to prohibit funding for protecting the greater Yellowstone grizzly bear, as you heard. In September 2018, a federal judge restored protections for grizzly bear within greater Yellowstone ecosystem under the Endangered Species Act, which protects these bears from being hunted. Grizzlies are a valuable dominant species in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, and millions of people visit Yellowstone and Grand Tetons National Parks to see these bears and to connect with the wildness of nature. I would remind my colleagues that wildlife watching is estimated to bring economic benefits worth tens of millions of dollars to this region. But this amendment shortcuts the one-year status review of the health and viability of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem population currently being conducted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that will use the best available scientific information to determine whether this grizzly bear population should be delisted. If it is determined that ESA protection should be removed and the population should be delisted, the service will initiate a rulemaking that will include public notice and comment. Grizzly bear recovery and conservation is multifaceted, and the service needs to coordinate with other federal agencies, states, tribes, and stakeholders. This amendment also overrides the court's decision to restore protections for the Yellowstone area population of grizzly bear under the Endangered Species Act and even prohibits judicial review. Science should determine whether a species should be delisted. It should not be a political decision. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Zinke is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Brief, it is about the science. The science is clear. The greater Yellowstone grizzly population has recovered hoo-yah on grizzlies. The decision was made and it was rescinded based on, not on science, but based on political agenda. I ask for your support. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Zinke. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Okay. You want to go there? Are you ready now? Yeah. Yeah, she's ready. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized. All right. All right. Mr. Harder is, well, you want it, or we're happy to do either way. He's not in the room, so Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that it unanimous consent that it be considered as read. I'm sorry, and this is, I guess, Wasserman Schultz 2.
Okay. All right.
Right?
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. Gentlelady's recognized for opening remarks on
No.
her amendment.
This is Wasserman Schultz 1.
What?
Ms.
This is
Wasserman Schultz,
The
1.
road, the one on roads.
Ah.
Right? Because Mr. Diaz-Balart wants to be here for the other one. So,
Road construction.
road construction, yes. This is the one, I'm sorry, I don't know them by number, forgive me. Mr. Chairman, I'm rising to offer an amendment that does one simple thing, and that is that it directs the EPA to bring a report to this committee that spells out what the long-term health impacts are of using phosphogypsum to build our roads. Phosphogypsum is basically a fertilizer byproduct, and a very radioactive and dangerous one at that. It's so dangerous that the EPA prohibited phosphogypsum in roads in 1992, citing appreciable quantities of radium, uranium, and other uranium decay products. This dangerous byproduct releases radon gas, which is second only to smoking in causing lung cancer and steals 21,000 lives every year. Look, we all face far too many cancer risks in our lives, and I'm not the only survivor in this room. The Florida delegation just lost our dear friend, Congressman Alcee Hastings, to cancer just 2 years ago. No one would knowingly expose the public to this radioactive material, but that's not how Governor Ron DeSantis sees it in my home state. This summer, he signed a law that permits phosphogypsum in demonstration road projects across our beautiful Sunshine State. It's not hyperbole to say that that is risking the health of untold generations of Floridians, since radium-226, the cancerous chemical I mentioned in this byproduct, has a 1,600-year half-life. And besides high radium levels, the phosphogypsum found in Florida also contains significant amounts of sulfur and heavy metals like arsenic, barium, cadmium, and lead. Remember, this was banned in road building previously. And I fear that these toxins could, not only I, but scientists fear that toxins could hurt construction workers and pollute our sensitive underlying aquifer that we count on in Florida for drinking water. We should not be rolling the dice and use Floridians as guinea pigs for the heavy-hitting fertilizer donors who want to use it. We have a federal stake in this too, my friends. Trump's EPA eased its ban initially on this material very briefly, but then they had the sense to reinstate it because it's dangerous. Now, I know that there's a lot of politicians that are swirling around in that debate, but let's put partisan concerns aside. All I'm asking for here is a study so that we can make sure we know what the risk is of using this absolutely cancer-causing agent in building our roads. And remember, when you're building roads, they heat up, especially in the South. So we don't want to take any risks, not to our construction workers, not to folks driving on roads. And for those reasons, I urge adoption of my amendment so we can better understand the risk of phosphogypsum before it's spread across future roads in Florida or anywhere else. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. This bill cuts the EPA this bill's cuts to the EPA and the extensive funding prohibitions we included to rein in the EPA's regulations because they would hurt our industries here at home and threaten the reliability and affordability of electricity for American families reflects the position that the EPA needs to do less. We don't need the EPA to do more on this topic. With that, I oppose the amendment and look forward to hearing from my colleagues about their concerns about this amendment.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join in support of this amendment. Before I get in the substance of what this does, I want to say I'm disappointed that an amendment this simple could not have been included in the manager's amendment. I encourage you to read the text of the amendment. It simply asks the EPA for a report. It's unfortunate the majority would oppose this simple ask. Phosphogypsum is radioactive waste material, a leftover product from the production of fertilizer. Fertilizer industry wants to allow this toxic waste to be used in road construction. Their latest attempt at trying to profit from this waste and to have someone else deal with their massive toxic waste storage problem. This radioactive waste material contains uranium and radium, and when radium decays, it turns into radon. Radon is a well-known gas that can cause lung cancer. We know the majority agrees with this because the bill includes $11 million for the EPA to take a variety of actions to address the public health risks posed by exposure to radon. So we know that radon is dangerous. Yet some states are allowing for this dangerous substance to be used in the construction of roads, potentially exposing millions to health risk. Before allowing for this toxic waste material to be used in our roads and potentially harming our water quality and exposing our road construction crews to this potentially harmful material, shouldn't we study it? So far, the only major studies that support the use of phosphogypsum in road comes from the fertilizer industry's very own Fertilizer Institute and China. The amendment is simple. It only asks that the EPA study this issue and provide a report on it. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Mr. Franklin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I sympathize with what my colleague's trying to accomplish, but I would argue that the EPA is already studying it. As she noted, this is largely in response to a project that is proposed here in Florida. It's been in the proposal stages for a couple of years. The Mosaic Company, private company, largest fertilizer producer in the world, has offered on their own private property to conduct a study. The EPA has worked side by side with Mosaic and the University of Florida in designing this project, and it's basically going to test over a period of years whether the radiation levels that are a result of this road-based material are hazardous. We know there's hazards associated with radon. It exists naturally. Everything that's happening here is a byproduct of the phosphate production, fertilizer production process. It is a naturally occurring thing. And this is the way we would go about finding out the hazards of it. It's not going to be used on public roads at the time. EPA will continue to study it for years after this test is concluded. And we currently have over 1 billion tons of phosphogypsum in the gyp stacks in Florida. There are 25 of them in Florida, 22 are in my own district. So we're very familiar with this. I think it would be a great way to, if this can be proven to be done safely, it'd be a great way to disperse this rather than have it all concentrated in gyp stacks. And as we know, the cost of roads continue to increase. If this can be done safely, it would be a great material to be used in road bases. No one wants to perpetuate anything that's going to cause cancer, but we're talking about something that's naturally occurring, and the EPA is already working side by side with those doing the test. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. Let's see what this test will do. Let the EPA come back with the results on what they find there. And so I urge opposition to the amendment. And I yield back.
Do any other amendments seek do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've had cancer, and once I was diagnosed with cancer, I found out that I am genetically at higher risk to getting cancer. So rolling the dice on using a known cancer-causing agent in our roads, putting more people at risk, leaving more uncertainty, and, you know, ultimately, without making sure that we have the Environmental Protection Agency do the kind of study that would not put people at risk and not use them as guinea pigs and not risk that will have people get cancer while they're experimenting with this product in our roads is going to result in more people dying of cancer. I'm not willing to take that risk. I can tell you going through 15 months of hell after I was diagnosed with cancer is not something that I'd wish on my worst enemy. And I don't know why we would risk having that result occur with using a risky cancer-causing agent in our roads that has previously been banned, that even the Trump administration reversed course and said it was too dangerous to use it in our roads. I urge the adoption of just making sure that we can have the experts in the EPA, regardless of whether we're cutting. We still want to make sure that they are actually able to review whether we are putting people at risk using products that can kill people. I think that's worth studying. I hope some of the majority would agree, and I urge support of my amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise their hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree. Aye. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Ms. Lee of California is not recorded. Ms. Lee, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Okay. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The members, gentleladies recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one will be a little quicker, and I subscribe to the notion that if at first you don't succeed, try again. So with this amendment, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, Mr. Simpson, and my good friend, Mr. Diaz-Balart, who's long worked with me on this issue to protect Big Cypress Preserve in America's Everglades. My amendment would insert long-standing language that has been carried in the House Interior Appropriations Bill on both sides of the aisle for many years now. It ensures that an environmental impact statement would be conducted prior to any oil drilling commencing in the Big Cypress Preserve in the Florida Everglades. The preserve is in Mr. Diaz-Balart's district, but is an important issue for Floridians and especially for the Miccosukee tribe of Florida. And we appreciate the chairman's support of the amendment, and I urge members to adopt the amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Simpson, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, after a great deal of self-reflection and several chocolate chip cookies, we're willing to accept this amendment.
That's perilously close to bribery.
That is perilously close to bribery, but the problem is they will not have the bribe because I've eaten it already.
No evidence. He ate the evidence.
Now we know all it takes is chocolate chip cookies.
Absolutely.
You'd have only known it 10 bills ago. Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Now I'm rethinking, why would I have brought blueberry pies when chocolate chip cookies get to your way? I yield back.
Is that it? Anything else? Gentleladies recognized to close on our amendment.
Just in the absence of Mr. Diaz-Balart, really I want to thank him for his leadership and the whole Florida delegation, because we have spent many years trying to make sure that we can protect and replumb and preserve the Florida Everglades, and this is an important component of that. And his leadership on this, most of the preserve is in his district, and his leadership on this has been remarkable and important. Thank you, and I yield back, and I appreciate the chairman's support and the ranking members.
Questions now on the amendment offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. Clyde is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for opening remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would redirect the committee's recommended funding level for the Renewable Energy Program under the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to the Conventional Energy Program under the same bureau. It is very evident that the Biden administration's war on our country's energy independence is still underway and going strong. As we have seen with the EPA's radical regulations that stifle our energy industry and endanger national security, the president's cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline and the freeze on oil and gas lease permits on federal lands, Americans cannot afford the White House's continued embrace of the Green New Deal agenda and America Last energy policies. While the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's Renewable Energy Program was a valiant effort to find new ways to produce American energy and bolster our energy security, the kinds of renewable energy that is the focus of this program is simply not ready for prime time and probably never will be. Now, I believe in renewable energy, and I think that all Republicans, all of us believe in renewable energy, and I would say that most of us believe in all of the above approach of renewable energy. And I think the all of the above approach makes us stronger as a nation. But just like in the early days of aviation, there were some aircraft designs that just didn't fly and others that didn't make it out of prototype into production. Not every renewable energy project has the ability to fly. Not every project makes it out of prototype. And not every energy project has the same return on investment. And as in a business, we should be investing in those that have the best ROI and not the worst. One of the most costly renewable energy programs is the one that focuses on ocean wave and tidal energy sources. According to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's climate portal, the harnessing of the ocean's waves and currents for energy production have high upfront costs for construction and expensive maintenance costs due to the corrosive properties of saltwater. As a Navy officer, one who's spent many years at sea, I know that saltwater is incredibly corrosive. In addition, commercial tidal energy is estimated to cost $130 to $280 per megawatt hour compared to the $20 per megawatt hour for wind. Just think about that difference. These ocean waves and currents types of energy projects are simply not cost effective. Not my words, but those words come from MIT's climate portal. Even MIT says it is not a good return on investment. I think that most of us are old enough to have heard of Howard Hughes' famous spruce goose. I think Mr. Hoyer certainly is. The spruce goose is a seaplane built during World War II to The Spruce Goose is a seaplane built during World War II to transport large amounts of troops, about 700 per flight for island warfare. Congress appropriated more than $23 million to build it. For years, it was the largest aircraft ever built. 8 massive engines, a 320-foot wingspan. It's impressive to look at, but it only ever flew one time and for a distance of 1 mile. The Spruce Goose was incredibly innovative, made of laminated spruce wood, but it cost too much, and it had a bad return on investment. In the end, it was a failure. In the last 5 years, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has spent over $152 million on its renewable energy program. When renewable energy from wind can be had for about $20 per megawatt hour, why would we continue to invest in tidal energy when MIT says tidal energy is estimated to cost $130 to $280 per megawatt hour? I submit to this body that the Ocean Wave and Tidal Renewable Energy Project that BOEM funds is indeed the spruce goose of renewables. I'm all for renewables, but renewables that make sense and are cost effective. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management should not be spending taxpayer dollars on these ineffective and costly energy projects. Therefore, my amendment would ensure that our taxpayer dollars are being spent on cost-effective energy that we know works today. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment and to ensure our taxpayer dollars are most effectively being used to reduce our energy costs for our constituents. Thank you, and I yield back my remaining 35 seconds.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in opposition to this amendment. It's ludicrous to think of this proposal to zero out the funding for the BOEM Renewable Energy Program and putting it back into conventional energy. As I've said in my opening statement, and so many people have mentioned today, climate change has reached a crisis point, and we have to take bold action to avoid a major irreversible catastrophe. We must focus resources on renewable energy if we're going to tackle the problem. Focusing all BOEM's resources on conventional energy is short-sighted, does not help us build a resilient economy, or leave a better planet for future generations. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Calvert wants.
I,
Gentleman from California.
I support the gentleman's amendment, but I'm standing in support of Howard Hughes for a moment. The Spruce Goose, the gentleman's correct, it was never built, but through that process, we discovered the hydraulics on how to operate large aircraft, and from that, the large aircraft that we fly today is thanks to Howard Hughes, who understood the physics of that, made it possible. So I'm just standing.
The chair appreciates the spirited defense of Howard Hughes, so. Did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Mr. Simpson's recognized.
I appreciate the comments, and you're right. It's sometimes through failure that we learn a lot. And the Spruce Goose gave us a lot of things that allows us to transport 700 troops right now with planes that we do have. And the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM, manages the development of energy and mineral resources of the Outer Continental Shelf. The agency conducts activities like studying, identifying, and leasing acres of offshore development, approving permits, reviewing production and operational plans. The agency is funded through several accounts focusing on conventional energy, renewable energy, and marine minerals. I understand my colleague has concerns about some of the specific activities within the renewable energy account. I think most people here are in favor of an all-of-the-above policy. I noticed during your comments you said this is not ready for prime time and probably never will be. Probably. We don't know that. We don't know if this is the Spruce Goose that gives us the answers to some other things. But even in this account, we cut the renewable energy account by nearly $15 million, or almost 35%. So we've already taken a hit on the renewable energy side in this bill. It also increases the funding for the conventional program, the conventional program, that's oil and gas, by $4 million. So we've done essentially what you want to do, but you want to eliminate it altogether. And that, I think, is a bridge too far. I think we need research and development is an amazing thing. And this country's research and development has led us to a lot of innovative products that a lot of people thought, we'll never see that. That'll never happen. Fission energy, fusion energy. That'll never happen. But it's because we have invested in some of these things. And our bill substantially reduces what they're doing in renewable energies now and increases the conventional energy part of it. So like I say, I think this is a bridge too far, so I'm going to oppose the amendment. People vote however they want to, so that's okay.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Clyde is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also remind folks that this does not strip the money from BOEM. This simply moves it from those areas that are not cost-effective to those areas that are cost-effective. And with that, I encourage all the members to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Clyde. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted. Mr. Harder is recognized for the purpose of presenting an amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to consider it as read.
Without objection, reading of the amendment. Without objection, meeting of the amendment dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you so much. We've heard a lot today about the damage that wildfires are doing across this country. They're certainly ravaging my district, and I know many other regions. 7.5 million acres burned across our country last year alone. At the forefront of dealing with this challenge are our firefighters. They do incredible work, living in remote areas for weeks or months on end, inhaling hazardous smoke, enduring temperatures of up to 1,300 degrees, all while working up to 18 hours a day. I've had the privilege of sitting down with many of our federal firefighters, and they've told me stories of spending so long in the midst of a fire, coming out, getting hooked up for an hour or two to IVs to rehydrate, and then getting sent back in to the fire, keeping our communities safe all across this country. Despite all of this work, these federal firefighters, up until recently, were being paid $11 an hour starting salary. Minimum wage in California is $15.50. These folks are getting paid less than minimum wage to do work that is dangerous and absolutely important for the safety of our communities. Luckily, we were able to get this fixed. We were able to make sure that we passed just last year an effort to make sure that we could raise the firefighter pay to $15 an hour, which I think is the bare minimum. We need to go a lot further, but this is a start. Unfortunately, the bill that we're talking about today reverses those changes. And this isn't just a moral outrage. This has huge consequences for the safety of our community. Before we did this change, we had huge shortages among our firefighters. A third of the hotshot crews, the most important folks at the front of the fire, were understaffed across California. At the midst of the fires that we were dealing with just a year or two ago, we had fire trucks sitting idle across my community because we didn't have enough firefighters to actually go in. Who can blame them? Getting paid $20,000 a year when you can make more working in retail or fast food, or you can make 3 times as much, $75,000, working at CAL FIRE, our state fire agency. It's absolutely ridiculous how little these folks were getting paid. Luckily, because of our efforts, we were able to make sure that we had more staffing over the last year. Now there's 11,000 firefighters across our country. But if this bill passes today, an estimated 30 to 50% of those firefighters will leave over the next year. Think about that. Up to half of the 11,000 federal wildland firefighters at the front of the line, keeping our communities safe, will leave. And we've heard a lot about fiscal responsibility. I think the most fiscally responsible thing that we can do is make sure that we have adequate staffing to prevent these fires from getting out of control in the first place. This is a bargain for the United States of America, because if we ensure that these firefighters get not just what they deserve, but what they absolutely need, then we can make sure that our communities stay safe and save some of the hundreds of billions of dollars that are going up in quite literal smoke every single year that we have these fires getting out of control. Our firefighters need to make sure that they are getting paid a living wage, and that's exactly what this amendment does. Brings back the effort that we've had over the last year and make sure that this dangerous fiscal cliff does not impact these firefighters. So thank you so much for your time, and I yield back the remainder.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson's recognized.
I thank the chair. I agree with everything that Mr. Harder just said. Did you hear that? I agree with everything you just said. We need to take care of our federal wildland firefighters who put their lives on the line to protect communities from catastrophic wildfires year after year. However, this amendment includes authorizing text that hasn't been introduced in the House of Representatives and has not gone through the regular order. Further, the amendment provides an additional $252 million and provides no offset. This puts the bill over our allocation. Chairman Cull, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk, and I'd ask that the clerk dispense with reading of the amendment.
There is at the desk an amendment in the second degree to the amendment offered by Mr. Harder.
See, now we're getting
Without objection, the reading of the second-degree amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for remarks on his second-degree amendment.
This amendment is simple. It provides an offset from the EPA Science and Technology account to ensure that when the relevant committees of jurisdiction come to the table to pass comprehensive wildland firefighter pay reforms, we have the money ready. This amendment isn't perfect and it does not address all of the aspects of firefighting pay reform that need to be done, but it shows we remain committed to supporting our federal firefighters, and I urge the adoption of this second-degree amendment, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment? Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I am in support of the Harder Amendment, but I strenuously oppose the second-degree amendment offered by Mr. Simpson. The underlying amendment would ensure that federal wildland firefighters will not experience a pay cut on October 1st. At the end of fiscal year 2023, the Forest Service and the Department of Interior will exhaust all available funding provided through the bipartisan infrastructure law for a supplement to firefighter pay. This means wildland firefighter pay drops from current supplemental levels down to their previous levels of pay. For most, as we heard from Representative Harder, will be a loss of $20,000. The second-degree amendment blocks the continued firefighter compensation. Let me explain exactly why and what the second-degree amendment does. It strikes the authority necessary for Forest Service and the Department of Interior to be able to implement the pay scales. Then it cuts the EPA by $252 million and increases Forest Service and DOI by the same amount. But this money is meaningless without that authorizing language. The agencies cannot use it for the additional pay. Let's be clear, the second-degree amendment blocks compensation for wildland firefighters, so we should vote no on the second-degree amendment. Any opposition to including the authorizing text is ridiculous, I'm sorry to say. The bill contains numerous new authorizing provisions. The majority is simply picking and choosing what they're willing to include. We don't have time to wait on this firefighters issue. It's imperative that we show Congress's commitment to our wildland firefighters. I urge my colleagues to defeat the second-degree amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Harder's recognized.
Thank you. There's two challenges, two problems with this second-degree amendment. First, it's obviously a cynical poison pill amendment because the majority is too embarrassed to defend what they wrote in this bill. If they disagree with my amendment, feel free to vote it down. If you agree with the substance, you could have included it in the base bill that we're discussing today, or we can discuss it as a standalone amendment. But this second-degree amendment is only a very poor smokescreen, no pun intended, on the inadequacy of this bill to pay our 11,000 wildland firefighters that we desperately need. But moreover, despite the cynicism of this second-degree amendment, the real problem is it doesn't fix the problem. It doesn't fix the massive pay cliff that is going to happen the second that this bill is adopted. And because of that, it's not going to solve the problem that was going to contribute to the loss of 30 to 50% of our 11,000 federal firefighters. So not only is this cynicism, I think, a real frustration to me and a real embarrassment to the duty that this committee has, but it's also not going to solve the problem that we desperately need to. Yield back.
Mr. Simpson's recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chair, and I reject the characterization that this is cynical or anything like that. I've given you a way to pay for it. If we pass your amendment, this bill doesn't go anywhere because it exceeds our allocation and firefighters will not get paid. That's what your amendment will do. I've given you a way to pay for it. And that's what this does. Now, you got to remember, if you put this authorizing language in our bill, if this committee does, all the Resources Committee has to do is go up to the Rules Committee and ask that it be stricken because it's unauthorized. And believe me, we have talked to the Resources Committee about this issue. They plan on taking it up, I believe. But it needs to be done properly. If the Resources Committee takes it up, we will have, with this second-degree amendment, the money there to pay it. If we don't, it's all bets off. Now, if that's what you want to bet on, go ahead. I want to pay the firefighters what they deserve. I agree with your opening statement. But we've got to do it in the right way. Otherwise, it's not going to get done. So, do what you want to do. But if you want to pay the firefighters, you'll vote for this second-degree amendment and then vote for yours.
The questions, okay. The questions now on the second-degree amendment offered by Mr. Simpson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the second-degree amendment is adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised your hand. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, yes. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, yes. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, yes. Mr. Cole. Yes. Mr. Cole, yes. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. No. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. No. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming. No. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. No. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. No. Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood. No. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. No. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter is not recorded. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Amaday? Mr. Amaday, yes. Do you see? See Gonzalez.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 27. The amendment in the second degree is adopted. Mr. Harder is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I wish to withdraw my amendment.
Without objection.
We probably should have voted on it, but what the hell?
Okay. Mr. Espinat is recognized.
And, I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to dispense its reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment strikes section 459, which prohibits funds from the Latino Museum. As Deputy Chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I rise in strong support of my amendment that will continue to fund the National Museum of the American Latino, championed by former Congressmember Jose Serrano and former Republican Congressmember Will Hurd, as well as our colleague Tony Cardenas. The National Museum of the American Latino passed the House by voice vote in 2020. It passed the House for a second time that year as part of the fiscal year 2021 omnibus with overwhelming support. In fact, 359 to 53, the vote shows. Shortly after it was signed into law by former President Trump. I commend my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who saw the importance of having the American Latino perspective representing by voting for this museum. It was important then, and of course, it is critically important now. I will be remiss if I did not mention the members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, which my dear friend Congressman Diaz-Balart is part of, share a profound interest in highlighting the remarkable and diverse accomplishment of Hispanic Americans. The conference has expressed concerns with the exhibit at the Smithsonian Institution National Museum of the American Latino. And it is important that we work together on this in a constructive manner to ensure that all of the American Latino perspective can continue to be represented. However, these concerns should not prevent the funding of the museum. The same funding that you have, most of us here in this room have voted for in the past. So I ask all my colleagues to vote in favor of fulfilling Congress' promise of establishing the National Museum of the American Latino to recognize the accomplishment, the history, and the culture of Latinos communities across the country. As we go around our districts and our nation, we highlight the importance of the contributions of Latino Americans across our country. We tout what they have brought to this nation, and often we like to pride ourselves in saying that we have a big tent approach to government to include everybody. And this museum, of course, will highlight it in a very professional fashion, and I think it will make us all proud. Please support this amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Pingree is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of this amendment. This amendment proposes to strike Section 459, which prohibits the Smithsonian from funding the National Museum of the American Latino and the operation of the Molina Family Latino Gallery located in the Smithsonian American History Museum. The rider prevents the Smithsonian from operating the first gallery dedicated to Latino history and culture and achieving the goal of conveying Latino history is American history. The rider thwarts a decades-long pursuit to highlight Latino culture in the American context and to build the National Museum of the American Latino. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and restore funding for the National Museum of the American Latino and the operation of the Molino Family Latino Gallery. And I yield back.
Mr. Diaz-Balart is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, let's be clear. For over a decade, I have been a strong supporter of the National Museum of the American Latino. And yet, this exhibit, which is the precursor of the museum, frankly fails to meet the goals and also the letter and the spirit of the law. My dear friend, Mr. Espaillat, just mentioned about some of the things that Latinos mean in this country. But let me tell you a little bit about what that exhibit shows and tries to portray of Hispanics, of Latinos in the United States of America. I thought that when I saw, by the way, and also, show of hands, who besides me has seen the exhibit? Okay, on the Republican side. I don't see, maybe one on the Democrat side. So let me ask you this. I thought maybe it would talk about, you know, the Hispanics, what they've done and what we've done in this country. But no. I thought it would talk about how Latinos have come to the United States and have succeeded. No. I thought that it could talk about the amazing contributions of Hispanics, for example, in the armed forces of the United States. There's so many examples, right? Obviously, when you talk about the Hispanics in the armed forces, a heroic Hispanics in the armed forces, going back to the United States Revolutionary War, by the way. Obviously, when you're talking about Hispanics in the armed forces, they could have mentioned, for example, as an example, one of the 60 Latino Medal of Honor recipients. No, of course not. They could have talked about Puerto Rico's 65th Infantry Regiment, known as the Borinquenos, Los Borinquenos, right? Who are recipients of the Congressional Gold Medal. Nope. Let me tell you what that exhibit puts as example number one of Latinos in the armed forces. Here it is from that exhibit that most of you have not seen. A convicted deserter. Does anybody here think that that represents Latinos in the United States Armed Forces? A convicted deserter? By the way, you have to search awfully hard to find that, as opposed to the numerous examples of Latinos, of Hispanic heroes who are so proud. We are so proud of what Latinos have done in this country, including in the armed forces, starting back to the Revolutionary War, the War of Independence. So you see, if you look at that exhibit, Latinos we are victims, we are deserters, and we are traitors. To my dear friend, and I do, by the way, I actually say that we say friends all the time, but Mr. Espaillat and I happen to be good friends. But please excuse me for a while. Tú bien sabes que el ejemplo de los latinos como desertores es un insulto. Yo sé que tú estás de acuerdo con eso. Tú bien sabes que poner eso como un ejemplo y que los latinos somos víctimas y somos traidores es un insulto a toda nuestra comunidad. Yo sé que tú no estás dispuesto a aceptar eso. Los latinos no somos víctimas ni traidores. Somos la columna vertebral de los Estados Unidos de América. Y yo no estoy dispuesto a aceptar insultos. Pero quiero trabajar contigo para mejorar esto y lo vamos a hacer. So what I just said, you see, Hispanics are neither traitors or deserters or victims. The Latino community in the United States from the beginning of the Republic to now is part of the backbone of American culture. I am not willing to accept a government institution in this context insulting the Hispanic community in the United States. And I know that Mr. Espaillat is not either. So I look forward to work with him. But by the way, I sent the message to the Smithsonian saying this was insulting, let's fix it, let's work on it. And their answer was lip service and nothing. Well, here's an opportunity to work together to make sure that we have a museum that talks about the reality of what Latinos, Hispanics mean for this country, and not degrade us, and not call us traitors, and not show as examples things that, frankly, if it was for any other community, do you imagine if there was an exhibition about any other community and those are the examples shown? We would all be insulted. I'm insulted. I look forward with Mr. Espaillat to work on this, and I know that you want to do that. We want to do that. We'll work together. We'll fix it. But the way to do that is to make sure that the Smithsonian understands that we will not accept this patronizing, quasi-racist attitude towards Latinos in the United States of America. I look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Mr. Aguilar is recognized.
Follow my colleague's motion. He's very good at this. This is the South Florida in him, right? And we can all appreciate and support and hold up the contributions that Latinos have made. And I appreciate that this body has, with a voice vote, and continues to support a Latino Smithsonian, because the contributions of Latinos in this country, like my colleague said, go back generations, go back centuries. And those contributions need to be shown, they need to be uplifted, they need to be highlighted. But unfortunately, what the majority has done with the base bill is to whitewash that and eliminate that, and to say, if it's not perfect, then we're done with it. That's what this amendment has done. You haven't said we should work on this. You haven't said let's look at report language and let's get this right. By the way, I would say that that exhibit isn't perfect. And the cultural sensitivities of this issue are very real. The geographic sensitivities, the cultural sensitivities. This is a rich mosaic of a country, and this is a rich mosaic of the Latino experience. And if that hasn't been captured in one small exhibit, not the museum, not the Latino Smithsonian, this is a small exhibit, but if they haven't got that right, then we should fix it. But I'm familiar with most of you. Some of the new members on the other side of the aisle I'm less familiar with, and I apologize. I don't believe any of you have a background as a museum curator. I could be wrong. This is what that job does. And if an individual who is a curator points out things in history that are objectionable or that aren't balanced, then we can fix it. But what we shouldn't do is send a message that this experience doesn't belong on the mall. That this experience, maybe we made a mistake as Congress. Let's not do that. Let's not fund a Latino Smithsonian. That's what you're saying with this base text. You're not saying this could be better and let's fix it. You're saying it's gone. If I don't get it perfect, if it's not right today, then let's whitewash this experience. Let's get rid of it. That's what you're saying with this language. So I appreciate the collegiality. I appreciate Mr. Espaillat offering this. I appreciate the tone of my colleague from Florida in wanting to work to do this, but that's not what this amendment does. Let's dispense with the happy talk, because this amendment says no more museum. That's what it does. So if we are truly going to keep this museum on track, on the mall where it belongs, then we need to make sure it's done in a culturally competent way. We need to make sure that we get this right. We need to hold people accountable who are presenting this information. And again, by the way, an exhibit is not a museum. Exhibit is small. A museum will be big. It should capture, it better dang well capture the experiences of the American Latino. And so our collective job is to make sure that we get this right. And this amendment puts us back on track. This base text sets us back. And that's the hard reality of this. If you want to vote for the base text, if you want to beat back this amendment, that's fine. But just be very clear with what you're doing. You're saying, no mall, not perfect, it's gone, no Latino experience, and maybe in 10 years we'll try it again. That's what you're saying. Yield back.
With the gentleman yield. if
I
he
yielded
hasn't-
back.
All right.
Mr. Simpson's recognized.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments. That's actually not what we're saying. We all know that everybody in here knows that sometimes when you want to get the attention of somebody in the administration, you zero out their funding. And guess what? All of a sudden, they're at your doorstep tomorrow saying, hey, what's the problem? That's what this is all about. And I would yield to my good friend from Florida.
Yeah, no, I'll be very brief because, no, I did say we want to work together, and I mean that, and you know me. Number one. Point number two, though, is that the problem has been that from December of 2022, a number of us have expressed concern, not opposition, concern. And by the way, when I say a number of us, including the first Hispanic elected woman in the history of the Congress, expressed concern about this attitude by the Smithsonian. And unfortunately, their attitude, and I guess, some folks may not know this, that's why let me put this out, since December of last year. And their attitude has been nothing. So, what I want to make sure that we do is that they understand, very simply, that we support the Latino Museum. But I want to be very clear, but that we will not tolerate a caricature of Latinos in the United States, painting us as victims and even defectors when it's hard to find a defector. And by the way, they put the example of a defector and they even say some people consider him a hero. And so, no, the goal is to work together, and you have my commitment on that. But I want to make it very clear. I, for one, do not accept, will never accept the caricature of Latinos as anything less than part of the backbone of the American culture now, in the past. And with that in mind, I want to work with all of you. So that is what we are saying. And if the Smithsonian folks would have at least taken us seriously and responded, we wouldn't be here, but we're forced to be where we are because of, frankly, an attitude of basically lip service. No, I'm sorry. Yo no acepto eso. We're going to work to get this done, get it done the right way, and that's what this is all about. And I am so grateful to Chairman Simpson for allowing us to, and standing up for the Latinos, not only now in the United States of America, but throughout history, who are not a caricature, we're not deserters, we're not victims, but we are a big part of this, the greatest nation on earth. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I am hopeful that the curator at the Smithsonian and you all get together and work this out so that this language isn't necessary. Nobody wants this language, but sometimes it's the only way you get the attention of someone, and that's why it's there. So I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Laura is recognized.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to say to my colleague from Florida, I really do appreciate the emotion involved. I stand here as, first-generation Italian-American. And I won't say no other group, but I fight every day in every way to make sure that the caricatures of Italians are not part of what this country is about. I would go so far as I've never watched an episode of The Sopranos. And that's not a joke. I take this very seriously. I don't like how my culture is portrayed. So I identify with your feelings on this. And I worry that what is one of the problems here is that this committee has been so instrumental in providing the funding to the Smithsonian to make this dream of a museum that highlights the contributions of American Latinos in our history, in our culture, which is vibrant, it's dynamic, and it is helps to shape what our country is all about. And that worries me is that we are thwarting that pursuit of that recognition in some way, that we throw it off kilter, that we derail this at the moment. And we have to, Hispanics cannot be invisible in our culture. That is what we all should be working for. And, you know, we each have a story to tell. We do, and we all deserve a chance to tell it. You know, I don't even know today, and as I go back, and you can see I feel very, very passionate about my heritage, that one of the most decorated individual in the Second World War was an Italian-American soldier, John Pacioli. You know? Who knows his name? You know? They just don't know that. You know? And and as a matter of fact, it's not that well known, but Italians were interred. It wasn't like the Japanese internment, but they were interned. You know, I've a family, uncles, afraid to speak out for fear that they would be deported at that time. So I understand that experience. But I think it's important to note that with regard to where we are and in support of this amendment, that I have a statement from the Molina family, and I understand, you know, Molina, you know, and the gallery. I would just tell you, the Molina family respectfully requests that the proposed language be stricken from the bill so that the Molina family Latino Gallery may remain open, accessible to all Americans, and that work on the National Museum of the American Latino Museum can continue, okay? The other gentleman is the board chair of the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Latinos. His name is Henry Munoz, and I know his name because he's a constituent, okay? I have been privileged over the last 30 years to be part of a large, diverse voice in the Latino community of the U.S., have worked to build a Latino presence with all the Smithsonian museums, educational initiatives, and research institutions. Today, there are exhibits, objects, curators, directors, a proposed site of the new museum building that will anchor the storytelling contributions of Latinos to the history, patriotism, art, and culture of our country. As the chairman of the Bipartisan Commission of Congress, who successfully worked together for 2 years to make the recommendation to you for a new Latino museum on our national ball, I would like to ask you to consider the damage to our many programs if progress is paused. We knew the articulating a national identity for our rich and diverse community would be complex and a never-ending process, just like democracy. That is why our report to you was unanimously entitled to, quote, illuminate the American story for all. I agree with those who say that the current exhibits that reside in the Molina Family Gallery are not an inclusive enough representation of who we are as a people. Perhaps the size of the exhibit made this unachievable. But this is just the beginning of the phase of the process, and I have faith in the capabilities of our nation's museum to move forward towards a shared vision. Please allow the funding, the work of the museum to continue so that all of us can see ourselves reflected within the walls of our museum. Any impediments to funding, supporting this effort would be damaging to that sense of belonging, feeling at home, and would infer to the Latino community a feeling of unwelcomeness, uninclusion, and a loss of identity, which it struggles to currently define, given the complexity of our dual identities. This is not me. I'm just letting you know what the family is saying, and they have their concerns, and Mr. Munoz has concerns, but is really, you know, sometimes in this institution, if you don't take the moment to move forward, it takes you another 10 years, as Mr. Aguilar pointed out, to get where you want to go. Right. So I urge my colleagues to please vote in favor of Mr. Espaillat's amendment, and I yield back, and I thank you for the time.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My wife and I have sat and watched the soldiers at what used to be called Fort Hood parade, and I commented to her that probably every fifth soldier that went by was Latino. And by the way, we named our new name for our united effort by the community, picked for the name Cavazos, Medal of Honor winner from Fort Hood, Hispanic. I'm offended, as is Mario, that they would start off a museum by saying that the one person representative of the Latino community was a traitor and defector. I think that's ridiculous. Anybody who thinks that's real history doesn't know the history of the Hispanic community. I do. I've lived with them all my life. I respect every single one of them, every one of you in this room, and every Hispanic that I've ever met. So we got to fix this.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar is recognized.
Florida, I understand. In fact, we did a little research on this gentleman born in Nicaragua, convicted deserter. After he got out of prison in 2005, he stormed the summer home, ranch home of President Bush at that time when the family was there. So I would have picked somebody else. And Cavazos, migrant workers, people that worked hard. I mean, I could name a whole bunch of folks. But again, I understand the problem. I think the way we address it should be another way. I think we have your commitment to get this done before it hits the floor. So we want to work with you because 2021, 2022, 2023, this committee has added over $20 million for the museum, and we need to continue that work. And if we want to look at folks, just a quick history on this, look at Bernardo de Galvez. He was during the American Revolution. He was, in fact, he was recognized by President George Washington as a deciding factor in the revolution. And so even the Spanish have been contributing to the United States. If you look at the Spanish Empire, it covered almost 2/3 of the U.S. by 1790. So there are places like Colorado, Florida, and so many other places that have the Spanish influence. When you look at symbols and emblems, you have the currency. The dollar sign comes from the pillars of the Hercules and the Spanish monarch. Dollar sign, it's Spanish. When you look at state flags, Arizona, New Mexico, again inspired by Spain's national colors and battle standards. When you look at mottos, Montana's Oro y Plata, again, Spanish, and I can go on to so many other places. Again, San Agustin. It's important to know that the first Spanish or the first European language that got spoken in the U.S. was Spanish. It wasn't English. It was Spanish. In fact, in 1565, we had the first European settlement. It was not Jamestown. It was not Plymouth Rock. It was actually San Agustin, Florida. So the Spaniards have had an impact on our development of the countries. When you look at so many places, cities, trails have been designed by the Spanish. In fact, the French quarters, that's not French architect. It's actually Spanish architect that when the Spanish controlled the city from 1762 to 1802. In my area, we have El Camino Real de Texas, which has had an impact on this. When you look at the language that's spoken at home, after English, it's Espanol. It's Spanish in the United States itself. So there is an impact
architecture, the missions that we have in San Antonio, and Tony knows this very well. There are so much impact that we have. So from language to architecture to place names to entertainment, there is a impact on that. And I agree, gentleman from Florida, I agree. I would have picked somebody else. But I'm not the curator. But I would say to the Board of Trustees, I hope they provide a little bit more supervision. And I think you got their attention, and I look forward to working with you, along with my good friend, Mr. Aguilar, and the gentleman from New York, to make sure that we address this. We can't stop the funding. You got their attention, and hopefully we have something more representative what it is to be a Hispanic here in the United States. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Siscomani is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank, first of all, the members that were part of this body that made the decision to create this exhibit and, of course, support the museum. I think it's incredibly important. I also want to give a heartfelt thank you to the Molina family, who was so generous to support this and found this. At best, I think this exhibit ended up being a missed opportunity. At worst, it's a terrible representation of our community and our culture. I got to tell you, as a Mexican-born naturalized citizen, I took my family to the exhibit in the museum when we came here for swearing in we arrived in December, and we were here for the ceremony in early January. And we had such high expectation of what we were going to see. I took my 6 kids, 3 boys, 3 girls, to go see the history of our people in the United States. It's one of the first places we visited. And I was terribly disappointed with what we saw. So much so that we had a kind of powwow at the end of the session to, quite frankly, correct the history. Not only the interpretation of who we are as a community and our heritage in this country, but also the history piece of it. So many things that were missed there, and I can't obviously review all of them, but I'll tell you just a few. One being that the United States stole 1/3 of Mexico in 1848. Now, I went to school in Mexico until I was 11 years old, until in 6th grade. Mexico does not teach that as part of their history. I never learned that in class in Mexico. Mexico's not teaching that. This exhibit is teaching that. That's wrong. Another one, of course, the Texas Revolution was a defense of slavery against an abolitionist Mexico. Further, it completely disregards the faith roots that are a huge part of the Hispanic community as well. Now, let's be completely honest. We can't deny the fact that many that came before us suffered historic injustices here in America. That's happened. It's part of history. But that's not the centerpiece of our story. That's not why so many of us came here. That's not what so many of us have pursued that American dream. We've done that because this is the best country in the world. And we believe that our contributions matter. And that this country would give us the opportunity to be who we are and be able to contribute and be welcomed. And we've been contributing throughout history. If you look at the Bracero program, in all these points of history where both immigrant, Hispanic labor, you name it, has been a huge contributor to be able to keep this country going. And even today, we continue to do that. And I am a strong believer that both sides here of this room believe that. But that exhibit does not represent that at all. It's borderline insulting, disappointing, and it's hurtful. That someone, whether it's a mistake that can be fixed, and I think it can or not, someone would decide that that is worth putting somewhere, anywhere, for children to learn from that. And for a parent, in that case, that it was my wife, my wife and I, to walk in and say, this is your history, and to see that, it's hurtful. That it's been there for even one day, even less, however long it's been up there. And it was extremely disappointing. Now, I'll tell you this. The only thing worse than your story not being told is your story being wrongly told. And that is exactly what is happening here. The Hispanic community deserves better. Our story should be told accurately, celebrating the pursuit of the American dream that so many of us have come to do. And many of the that haven't been born here have been born here have also been pursuing. It's not just for immigrants, of course. But I got to tell you, the opportunities that the United States has offered my immigrant family and the millions of families like mine goes throughout our country's history. I am proud to be an American. I am inspired by the positive contributions the Hispanic community has offered this great nation. And I am grateful for all the opportunities that this country has offered so many of us and for this nation's generosity. So it pains me to note that none of that is reflected in this exhibit, in this museum, in this part of it. We can do better and we must do better. I agree that this museum needs to exist, and that's why I hope we can find a solution that reflects the rich diversity, the significant contributions, and the strong values that our beloved Hispanic community has offered this nation for so long. And I look forward, now that we have the attention, to work with all of you to find a solution that we can proudly represent to our next generation so they can know who we are. Thank you. I yield back.
Whoa. Thank you very much. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you. I have really appreciated this dialogue, both sides of the aisle, because it gives me a chance to unload after many years of not being successful in our country as just one of many elected officials and getting a proper response from the executive branch and an instrumentality that we control, the Library of Congress, to get a proper representation of what I think some of you folks on the other side of the aisle have been fighting against most of the markups that we've had this session about the diversity of America and our ability to tell this story accurately and wholly. We don't do that well as a country. I think one of the best examples I've seen of where it's been done well is at Ellis Island, but that's just for families like mine that came, the first set came in the late 1890s, escaping persecution and the Bolshevik Revolution in that part of the world that they came from. But their story isn't told. Though Casimir Pulaski and Tadeusz Kościuszko helped to win the Revolutionary War, there's a couple statues to them. But I've seen at Ellis Island a much better representation of where people came from when they came here. And I think it's really incumbent upon all of us, for the country, the sake of the country, whichever ethnic or racial group you might come from, to help America get over this speed bump of appreciating who we are. We're the descendants of the valued variants of a common humanity. And we don't really teach it well, and we don't appreciate it well. For my ethnic group, Polish American, the largest presence of that group in the media was written by Norman Lear in a comedy many years ago, All in the Family. They were located in New York, and the mother was kind but stupid. The son-in-law was named Meathead, and the father was prejudiced and was presented as someone who was dumb. All right, so that was what my ethnic group was put out there as for a very long time. Hey, it was popular, it was kind of funny, but that's how we were presented to America and to the world. I have to add a couple things. A gentleman from my district, Alexander Drabak, a Polish-American soldier, was the first soldier across the Remagen Bridge during World War II. There's no statue to him. That was the turning point of the war on the Western Front. So each of us has a story, and some are told more than others, but just so you know, and I can put on the record, and I can share the ranking member DeLauro's feelings about how certain groups are presented. We've had so much difficulty in presenting the stories of Polish Americans who survived hell and did great things in this country to the Library of Congress and their Central and East European collections. I'm just sharing that with you. It's like these people don't matter. So as we look at a Latino museum, as we look at the African American History Museum, I think it's important also to look at the blank holes of who's not there and think about how do we present this story effectively so that when we do, teachers across this country can also use it. Each of you has a story, and I will end with this, that if you look at the service in the Congress of the United States, of the top people in the House and the Senate on both sides of the Capitol, 3 of the 4 longest-serving members are Polish American. Okay? Most people don't know that, but for people who are of that heritage, perseverance matters because it's all you have. Your own substance is all you have in the end. So I share that with you because there's big gaps. There's big gaps in the way that we present the history of this country. And I hope that I'm saying this more for the agencies that are listening, for the Smithsonian, for the Library of Congress, for the humanities, the arts. Just think about it a little bit. And so my salute goes out to New York for the Statue of Liberty Museum and Ellis Island and some of what's done there, because that is probably the best representation I have seen anywhere. And it's not complete because it's just the immigrants who came through there, but it's the beginning of telling our full story. Thank you for your attention. I truly appreciate it.
Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum's recognized.
Decided we're not going to talk about some of the malign things that the Irish have experienced. Mr. Diaz-Balart, you've made your point. I think everybody in this room's with you and anybody watching. But the way that you're making your point is not how when funds are taken away from, it's usually the secretary's account or something like that to get the administration's attention on we want you to do something now. For me, for my constituents back home to vote against this museum moving forward is not something that would go over well. I told you earlier that I've received a letter. I wish from hearing everything here that we could come up with a different solution today that would satisfy everyone before we leave here on how to go forward getting the attention without stopping and using the language that you have. The language that you have has wildly succeeded in getting attention. And for those of you of Hispanic heritage, thank you so much for sharing. I learned many things here today. And that's why I'm excited about this museum moving forward to learn even more. But normally we do is we cut the secretary's salary or we cut an administrative salary or we do something like that. We don't stop something from moving forward. So Mr. Diaz-Balart, I don't know if I can convince you this Norwegian, Irish, English, French, Canadian, yes, and Shelley even had me go to the Swedish Institute, American on this. But I think there's a way we can get this resolved where everybody can be unanimous. Right now, we want to be unanimous, but I can't vote for your amendment the way that it is. And with that, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Mr. Clyde is recognized.
Chair, in my short 2.5 years that I've been here in this most esteemed body of Congress, I have learned one thing, and that is that the agencies in this city understand one thing, and that's money. They don't listen to anything else. Until you're willing to cut, modify, reduce, or zero out funding is all you get is lip service. And that's exactly what I think my colleague has been getting is lip service. And so in the Navy, we would say this is a shot across the bow. This is not a torpedo that takes down the ship. This is a shot across the bow, and I think it's an appropriate shot. It's a necessary shot. And it is the only thing that the Smithsonian is going to listen to. And so I support the base text of the bill. I speak against this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've tossed the remarks I had planned to give, and since we're having, sort of a family conversation here, I think it's important that we focus on consistency. Really, in reality, what we're doing here is eliminating completely the funding for the Latino History Museum that has been worked on for many years, that many millions of dollars have already been appropriated for, and many years of planning. Because of legitimate concerns over the initial exhibit, which I agree is offensive and certainly not the way any people out of the gate, especially, should be portrayed. But essentially, let's be honest, what you're doing is proposing a form of censorship. You're saying, we don't like, and let me remind you that this is America, and many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent a lot of time focused on censorship, and that we shouldn't be canceling messages and themes that we don't like, and that we shouldn't use the government as a weapon to do that. And in this instance, we are eliminating the funding for an entire museum in order to have the result of an admittedly offensive exhibit eliminated, pulled down. Now, I raise that because I think it's important that we all try to understand and be empathetic about one another's community's pain. And so tomorrow, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be testifying at the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. And that is even after more than 100 members asked that the invitation be rescinded because last week he referred to Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people as a race. In the case of Jews, that is a horrific anti-Semitic trope. And in addition to that, said that in the context of saying that the COVID-19 virus was intentionally bioweaponized to make it more likely that Blacks and Caucasians get COVID and spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people. In the context of referring to all four as a race. That is horrifically offensive. And so, never mind, setting aside that he's not an expert on anything that he's being asked to testify on, we've said, because he has communicated in a horrendously offensive way that causes tremendous pain, the response was, while our friends on the other side of the aisle, the Speaker and Chairman Jordan, disagree with what he said, they don't want to engage in censorship. So instead, what they're going to do is amplify the painful comments that he made and give him the largest platform in the world, in spite of the fact that he said remarkably painful anti-Semitic comments that were on video and that have gone viral for millions and millions of people to see. So, I mean, if I'm going to agree that we should use the levers of power that we have to result in the pulling down of messages that are offensive and painful, which I agree that this is, then what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander, or more importantly, maybe we could try to empathize with more than just one community's pain. So here we are, we're going to cancel the funding for an entire museum because we don't like the exhibit that they've initially pushed because it's painful, but we're not going to rescind the invitation to someone who is going to testify tomorrow who just said that referred to the Jewish people as a race and that you could bioengineer a virus to spare us as Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people. That is hypocritical and insensitive, and we need to be consistent if we're going to use censorship as a weapon. I yield back the balance of my time and would urge that the gentleman's amendment be adopted. Food for
Gentleman,
thought.
Mr. Gonzalez is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This is our 10th markup, and it's very clear in the 118th Congress that there will be no blank checks, and the Latino Museum is no different. I agree with my colleague from Florida that there is a lot of concerns. There are a lot of concerns on the majority side, and for too long, those voices haven't been heard. I think it's important that we come together and we fix this. If the final bill looks like this, and we have zero out the funding for the Latino Museum, we have big issues. How do we get to a point where we fix it before then? I would like those that clearly, the passion on both sides, that this is an important issue. Let's come together and let's fix it before we get there. Part of that is including the concerns that we have on the majority side from the museum curator. How do we get in a room? How do we have a conversation? How do we fix it? How do we get ahead of it? This is just one of many issues. And it seems as if we're using the in case of emergency, break glass for every single thing. How do we get ahead of some of the in case of emergency, break glass? And honestly, I think a lot of that starts with the men and women in this room. If the appropriators can't come together and have private conversations and fix things, how the hell do we think the folks outside of this room are going to be able to do that? So I think on both sides, we've shown the importance of the Latino Museum. It's certainly important to me. I'm committed. I'm happy to meet with anyone, anytime to have this discussion. And I hope we can work together as we continue to fix this and get this over the finish line. I yield back.
Ms. Ming is recognized.
Rise in support of Representative Espaillat's amendment. Look, if we're trying to get the attention of the administrator and the stakeholders, I think we have as an ally and as a proud supporter of the Latino Museum. I think that I want to piggyback off the comments of Rep. McCollum and even Gonzalez, that we should be able to come to a decision that is not simply zeroing out this funding. Zeroing out this funding is not just about getting attention. It goes to the trust and credibility of decisions and legislation that has already been passed in a bipartisan way in this body. And so I just urge a yes vote on this legislation. I'll give you an example. The Asian Pacific American Center of the Smithsonian was also zeroed out, not one penny. I don't know what the motivation to that is, but it's definitely sending the wrong message. It's sending the wrong signal. It's not just about getting the attention of the administration, but it's hurtful to the communities and the stakeholders and the legislators who were so deeply and personally involved. So I just urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Mr. Zinke is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to my friend and colleague from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's a lot of disagreement here, which is good, but I do want to clarify a couple points. Part of our responsibility is to follow the law. So let me read Public Law 116-260. It's creating the museum. Sub D says, ensuring diversity of political viewpoints and exhibits and programs. In carrying out its duties, the Board of Trustees shall ensure that the exhibits and programs of the museum reflect the diversity of the political viewpoints held by Latinos in the United States on the events and issues relating to the history of Latinos in the United States. So I think it's important, number one, that this institution adheres to the law. Point number two, and again, I don't think there should be no disagreement on that. Point number two is this. Everybody on a bipartisan level has said that their concern is about what is going on so far. Point number three is that I haven't done this because I wanted to. As I mentioned, from December, I've been getting lip service on this issue. And an additional point, if anybody thinks, well, why do you say that it's offensive? I mentioned the issue of the armed forces, how they are portraying Latinos in the armed forces. But to my friends from Florida, for example, they talk about, there's a little picture and it talks about Cubans being economic refugees. No mention of, so while there is mention of dictatorships in the Western Hemisphere, but to blame the United States for those dictatorships or the evil of those dictatorships, no mention, by the way, of the dictatorships that have caused the largest refugee crisis in this hemisphere, Venezuela or Nicaragua or Cuba. It is, again, I could go on and on and on and on as to how offensive it is. So here's what I would respectfully ask, because I don't hear any disagreements here. I just don't. The problem is this. Without getting into conversations, private conversations, which I wouldn't do, but I've met with some folks at the Smithsonian, and the issue of lip service, trust me, we're going to fix it, and it doesn't get fixed, is not something that I'm willing to accept when it comes to insulting the Latinos in the United States of America. So I would, and since there's no disagreement, I would respectfully ask my good friend, who's the sponsor of this amendment. The goal here is not to defund the Latino Museum. The goal is to make sure that this is sustainable and that we have support now and for the future. I would ask him very respectfully, and he and I work together on a million things together, so he knows that I'm good for my word. I would respectfully ask, let's withdraw this amendment. I think, actually, I think the Hispanic Republican Conference, I think we have a meeting with the Smithsonian, I believe, next week. So we're trying to do our part. So I would respectfully ask to withdraw the amendment. Let's continue to work on it. I don't think there's disagreement, but I do want to make it very clear. I need the Smithsonian folks to understand that we are dead serious about this, that we're not going to accept disrespecting our community and the history of Latinos in the United States. So that would be my humble suggestion if the gentleman would consider that idea. I yield back.
Ms. Torres is recognized.
Chairman Cole, and thank you to our colleague who provided the delicious Cuban sandwiches today. Very much appreciate you. In the words of my mother-in-law, hope she's in heaven, she would say, I am an American of Mexican descent. I am an American. In the words of my husband's father's side of the family, we are Americans. The border, we did not cross the border crossed us. Because during the Bracero program, most of his family was rounded up and shipped back to Mexico, a country that they didn't know. Because that's what happened. It's an ugly truth, but it happened. I was born in Guatemala, Central America, one of the dictatorship countries that has caused so many problems in our southern border. I was raised in a Mexican household, listening to mariachis, learning to cook Mexican food. Latinos are so diverse in every which way. You have Republicans and Democrats, Independents, Green Party. Chairman Diaz-Balart, you said a key word, trust but verify. I have a lot of respect for you as a chairman of SFOB's subcommittee, but it is very uncomfortable for me to say this even out loud in this room when we have had top numbers that were agreed upon by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and our president, and we yielded back on that. And we have had really ugly debates around that. When several of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle had said DACA is so important, we believe in DACA, they're as American in every way except in paper. And yet we have yet to pass DACA. So how do we do this? The Republican Conference Committee is meeting with the Smithsonian next week. Is there a way that we can join you in that meeting? We are all going to be offended in one way or another by something that comes out of this museum because we are so different in so many different ways. But we cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater. We cannot completely throw away the work that has been done for so many years. And many of you in this room have voted by voice vote last year to approve this museum. Let's pass this amendment. Let's get back to the table. You know, in politics, all we have is our word. Our word is our bond. I don't have anything to give you other than my word. And my promise that I will go on your next trip with you. So how do we move forward? Because if we throw away everything with this language in the bill, we are not going to get back to that, I vote. Tell me how. We have 45 seconds.
And I thank the gentlewoman. And by the way, it's been a privilege to work with you. And you are a woman of your word, and you really are. And so, and I know where you're.
Oh, I have.
Yeah, always have been. So look, here's a scoop. I've had these conversations, and they've ignored it. And so we've been forced to this. This is a long process. The goal, as I've mentioned, is not to ultimately end up. I'm hoping that we have, and yes, I would love to have you in that meeting whenever it's going to take place, which is soon, which is actually just adds to the importance of that meeting. So what I'd like to do, that's why I've asked the sponsor to withdraw. Let's work together. This is a long process, and then we can hand in hand stand proudly and hopefully get the funding back in there and get the museum done. But we need to make sure that they understand that we're serious. I yield back and thank you for your time.
As a former member of the Rules Committee, and the chairman of the Rules Committee is our chairman today, and I wish not to offend you in any way, Chairman. If we remove this amendment, if we don't pass this amendment and we remove the language, and we strip out the funding and approval for the museum, I can't trust that the chairman can help us in the Rules Committee.
Is the gentlelady addressing a question?
Yes.
Gentlelady is always wise to be skeptical of what any Rules Committee chairman can deliver because they are not independent entities quite the way any other chairman is. I will tell you this. I can't imagine. This has been an amazing debate to sit and listen to. And I cannot imagine that if an agreement could be reached as the appropriate way to proceed, that there would not be support to do that. I know the esteem that Mr. Siscomani isn't here by accident. That's a freshman on the Appropriations Committee. It sort of tells you what the speaker thinks of him. Mr. Diaz-Balart is I don't know. Mr. Gonzalez got here as a freshman. Mr. Garcia got here. These are really influential members on our side of the aisle. So I would certainly weigh in if we could come to a common agreement. So
You are in the majority. You can do anything you
Now.
want. We don't have a second bite. I yield back. I thank you for honoring me with this time.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers,
I yield
recognized.
to the gentleman from Idaho.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This really has been a great debate, frankly. For a lot of us that aren't Hispanic, to learn about all of this, and I look forward to a museum that reflects the Hispanic experience in this country. I really do. If it would be helpful to get us out of here, we're going to leave this language in. The reason we're going to leave this language in is because, as Mr. Clyde said, the only thing they understand is money. If you take it out now and put it back, if you pass this amendment, then it will be kind of like, oh, okay, they weren't really serious about it. What I'm suggesting is that we will, in our committee, if the gentleman from Florida and you all are agreed with it, we'll host this meeting in the Interior Committee and have a roundtable and have the what do you call him? Curator come over and explain to us and see if we can come to some agreement. And if we can come to some agreement, this language will go away. So, yeah.
Would gentlemen yield for both the question and comment? I used to sit on the Smithsonian board. I have a doctorate in history. I would also tell you, we have 3 members of Congress that sit on the Smithsonian board, 2 for the majority party, whichever it happens to be, 1 for the minority. If you're going to do this, I would recommend you invite them. I wouldn't just invite the curator, I would invite the secretary. This is a really big deal, clearly, in this room in a bipartisan sense. So, and believe me, they do watch what we do. This, because you affect their funding far beyond this museum or this project. You affect, other than the private money they raise. I mean, there's hundreds of millions of dollars committed by this committee that funds the Smithsonian on an annual basis. So they will care what this body collectively thinks. And it's not just a question of, they will have to think across the board in their operation. So if there's an agreed upon and strong sentiment, you get them in the same room with the members and what have you. And that board of governance is actually chaired by the Chief Justice of the United States. So you invite who you want, but it's a pretty interesting board, but they care very much what you do, and they care more what you do in this committee than in any other committee in Congress. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, but the gentleman from Oklahoma raises another perplexing problem. There's 2 members from the majority party on the board of the Smithsonian. I fund them, and I'm not one of them. Is that I'm just
Unfortunately, they were appointed before you were the chairman.
Okay, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I think we're all pretty much on the same page what we want to see with the Hispanic Museum. Right? And if we can get together with, as Tom said, the curator, the secretary of the Smithsonian, the members that are on the board, and sit down and have a conversation, I think we can work through this. And by the time this bill gets to the floor, if it ever gets to the floor, goes to conference or whatever it does, this language won't be necessary if we can come to some agreement. So that's what I'm proposing. If the gentleman from New York would withdraw the amendment, that's what we would do. That's what I would propose. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee Ms. Lee of California, I'm sorry, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just say how much I support this amendment. And to my friend from Florida, who I say is my friend, I didn't realize you had another job as a curator of a museum, but congratulations to you. Secondly, this is, to me personally, it's very demeaning to use this museum, to defund this museum based on some issues that maybe everyone agrees with. But the message it sends is a terrible message to our Latino community who has helped build this country and who the community is such a vital part of our economic and cultural fabric of America. And so I want to just say to my friend from Florida that for me personally, growing up in an immigrant community in El Paso, Texas, I personally feel this as a slap in the face. And would like to yield now to my colleague from New York the balance of my time. Oh, wait, can I just say one more thing, Mr. Espaillat? I wanted to mention whatever his decision is his decision, but I was a teller during the speakership vote. And we went, 15 rounds, Mr. Morelli and myself, and our 2 Republican tellers. And we don't know what was arranged in that 15 minutes, in that 15 round, during that 15 round of votes. And so I kind of worry about what could happen in the political dynamics that could take over if, in fact, this stayed in the bill, in spite of all of everyone's good faith efforts to try to come to some resolve. I'm just concerned about that, and I would now yield to Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, the gentlewoman from California. Um, para mi colega, usted sabe que la oportunidad es calva y de un solo pelo. I tell my friend, my colleague, that opportunity is bald-headed and it has one hair. And we're not there yet, but you and I, but if you can't grab that hair, you may not ever see her again. And so we're sitting here in a frenzy of budget cuts, and a cut to the Latino Museum has been presented. And as such, I presented an amendment to reverse that cut. As simple as that. Now, dynamics change, and the votes were 349 to 53. I think America could be proud of that. That 359 of us were able to come together and agree on this museum. I don't know if tomorrow the conditions will be the same. I just don't know if that's the case. And because we disagree, and I may join you in that disagreement, on one part of the exhibit, there are dozens, maybe hundreds of parts of that exhibit. The Latino community is not monolithic, it's very diverse. It is a gorgeous mosaic. And just because we cannot agree or we disagree with one part of it, we're going to drive a stick through the heart of what could be the most important cultural historic initiative for Latinos in this country. I think that's flawed and mistaken. And as a result, I won't be withdrawing my amendment. I think we're all out of vote here and determine how we feel about withdrawing funding for one of the most important initiatives for the Latino community that we go out every year and knock on their doors during election time and tell them that we want them well represented in our institutions of culture. So I'm not a curator, nor am I a historian. But we sit here in this air condition, and we may want to have an exhibit that's very patriotic. And I agree with that. But I think dissent is patriotic. I think dissent is at the very core of democracy. To disagree when something is wrong, to right a wrong, is more American perhaps as much as the Constitution of this nation. And if you study constitutional law, you will know that dissenting opinions have become majority opinions and right wrongs that have perpetrated for far too many decades. So to say that we're going to cut the funding and we're going to use that as a gimmick, a tool to get them to the table, I will go with you to the table. And I will fight for your interpretation of your community to be included in the right way. But let's not cut the funding. Let's not kill the initiative. That's far too drastic. And we may not have that opportunity tomorrow on that floor. I guarantee you that the conditions on that floor will be far different than they were when we approved it, 359 to 53, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak because I thought we were more aligned until just the last few comments were made. So I just want to give you my perspective. I went through the exhibit about 6 months ago, and I want to remind everyone the exhibit is in the American History Museum, right? It's not in the Castro Memorial Museum. I want to also remind people that it's not just one of the exhibits. Now, the gentleman from Florida mentioned the exhibit about the American, and by the way, it is American to dissent. It's American to debate and have differences of opinion, but it's not American to be a treasonous deserter while you're in the uniform of the United States military. And I think there's a distinct difference, and it does glorify it. So, and this isn't censorship, and I think the thing that is actually more offensive is keeping this in place rather than removing this. The other thing that's highly offensive, and by the way, it's almost every exhibit. You go into this little part of the museum, and it is a very little part of the museum. They tried to dedicate the floor space to it, and I'm a big supporter of the Hispanic Museum. I want to be one of the leaders on it from our side of the aisle. But this exhibit, when you see it and you read it, it's revisionist history. It's apologist history, making Americans look bad. To put it in the coordinate system that the gentlelady from Connecticut was talking about, it, the Italian caricatures that you suffer within your culture in our country, it would be like someone saying that it wasn't Mussolini's fault, that it was the Americans' fault for being interventionists in Europe that compelled Mussolini to behave that way. That is literally some of the text on some of these exhibits, where it blames American interventionism in South America, Central America, and Cuba for the exodus, rather than people seeking freedom and capitalism and the goodness that's guaranteed by our Constitution. It makes those countries that they fled from look like the victims, and the dictators that ran those countries look like the victims. So it is flagrant. It is actually offensive. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you go through it and read what's in there. It's not that it's political, it's that it is a revisionist history. And I think, this is the appropriator in me. When I walk through and I realize how much money has been spent on this, it is not commensurate with the dollar value that we have given as appropriators to this project. It looks like a couple of sixth graders put together dioramas and tried to find artifacts. And there's literally a scratch and sensey kind of thing when there's an exhibit about Cubans coming across the Gulf in rafts, and it says, scratch here and smell the scent of the ocean. This is what they experience. That's not what Cuban immigrants who were fleeing Castro experienced. It was a terrible environment, and this exhibit looks like 12-year-olds put it together. So it's not censorship. It's not offensive, in my opinion, to ask them to relook at that. And I agree that the only leverage we have as appropriators and frankly, folks that are in charge of oversight of these things is to make sure they go back. It shouldn't be political. It shouldn't be revisionist in nature. It should be American history. And we as Hispanics are a key part of that. When someone in an interview asks me as an American, as a Mexican American or as a Hispanic American, I'm quick to remind them, I am an American. Above all things, I love my country. And when I went through that exhibit, I was hoping to have a better sense of pride and ownership of our heritage. And instead, my takeaway was whoever put this exhibit together was trying to make us feel shameful for being Americans. It was the opposite effect. Less pride in our heritage and more shame in our country, which is not what's supposed to be in the American History Museum. So I do agree, we need to defund them. We need to force this conversation. I would love to be a part of it, from the gentleman from Florida. And we deserve better. We deserve an accurate accounting of our history and the role that Hispanics play in that history. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to yield to the gentleman from New York, but I do want to make a few key points. I mean, I feel that we've had a conversation. I don't think anyone is questioning the exhibit in question and that we need to have some more input. I want to say a couple things with respect to the move of let's just leave this, let's, remove this amendment, wink, wink, we'll take care of it. And I made this comment when we first started talking about our bills because we thought we did have a deal with respect to the debt limit. And then we come back and there's been all sorts of cuts. So I'm just saying, that affects further negotiations, which is where we are right now. That being said, I have strong feelings on basically saying, I think the Smithsonian has gotten the message. And to people in the room who want to be more involved, I say, appeal to your leader and get a seat on the board. See if you can be involved in the board of the Latino Museum. There are many ways that you can be involved in the content of what is in this museum. But I feel that sending the message to Latino Americans that basically we're willing to negotiate on your history by cutting this funding to make a point to the Smithsonian is a message that I do not want to send to the Latino Americans who I represent. And so I just think that we've made it very clear that we're willing to negotiate. But what we're not willing to negotiate on is that we're going to completely cut the funding right now. And so I wish that we can come to an agreement without making that draconian move, because I think that all of us have agreed that we have major reservations on the quality of some of these exhibits, but I don't think cutting the funding is the way to make that message clear, and I think it sends a very bad message to Latino Americans. And with that, I yield.
Ms. Underwood is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wasn't going to speak on this topic today because my colleagues have so capably expressed our collective outrage at the threat of defunding a museum because of some disagreements. But I am a charter member of the National Museum of African American History and Culture. I started contributing to that museum years before the museum opened. And I just remember when I was invited to a preview opportunity to visit the full museum before that fabulous grand opening that they held when President Bush came with President Obama. It was just beautiful. And I remember walking into the museum. And at that time, it was much easier to get down to the first level and work your way up. I assume all our colleagues here have been to the African American History and Culture Museum. It takes you back to the 1500s, 1600s, the transatlantic slave trade. But before then, there was this beautiful, whole wall covering of iconic Black Americans across history. And before we even got to an exhibit, I was sobbing. I was overcome by emotion that the United States, the people of the United States, would invest in building this incredible monument of dedication and recognition to the contributions of African Americans throughout history. And that I was part of it. The sense of pride I felt. Now, listen, I was not a member of Congress. I was not contemplating becoming a member of Congress. I was a regular American who cared and was proud of my history and my heritage. I brought a friend that day. Her name's Christina Henderson. She now serves in the DC City Council. And we were just sitting there ugly crying together before we even started. And I just have to impress that upon you because I had with such pride being there. And I would not want to be part of any movement, whether it is a political, tactical strategy decision to delay that kind of joy and expression to another American. We have the opportunity as leaders to have negotiations, to work out language, to be able to make decisions to ensure the proper presentation and recognition of historic, iconic people. We do that every day. We do recognitions, we do congressional gold medals, right? We have wonderful opportunities to hear from global leaders like we did earlier today. We have the opportunity to recognize people all the time. But to deny the American people, even for a day, which is what the base text does by defunding this museum, to me is unconscionable. And so, I don't know the political side of this. But here in the Congress, we say, at least on our side, that we put people over politics. And when I look at this is 100% putting politics over people, and it is just shocking to me. I don't know how this is part of the extreme MAGA agenda. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. But it just feels to me that this is the wrong way to go. And we know who to call over at the Smithsonian to work it out. And it shouldn't involve a threat or any kind of delay of getting this museum stood up for the American people to experience. Do you need to speak on anything else? Okay, I am happy to yield my remaining time to my colleague from New York, Mr. Espiat.
Mr. Calvert is I'm sorry, I did not hear. I
Thank
beg
you
your
to
pardon.
my colleague from Illinois. Again, the conditions are shift and change on a daily basis. 359 of us were able to approve it last time. I think that's a solid number, speaks loudly of our commitment behind it. But with the commitment comes the funding commitment. And I share many other views with my colleague from Florida, and we can work together in making sure that his perspective, and again, we're very diverse, but his perspective, which I think is an important perspective, based on suffering, based on asylum seekers, based on people that got pushed out. His perspective is also included in this museum, but we cannot have 435 curators. We just cannot. That's not what a museum does. But we can influence, perhaps, we can influence the direction of it. And I think his opinions and feelings are well-founded. I'm not questioning them, but I think gutting it, taking the monies away from it, is the wrong approach. And we may not be able to get it back again. We're massively cutting funds right here in this room on every single day. Baby formula and daycare and of course, of training programs and Head Start, and now a museum. Because we're gonna use this as a political tool. I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Calvert is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for recognizing me. I just want to make one point. I've been here for a while. We've done a lot of things that we had, in the beginning, disagreed with, and by the time we come out of conference, we agree. And so I suspect that's where we're going to end up. With that, I yield my time to Mr. Lincoln Diaz-Balart.
Mario.
Mario.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, thank you. No, actually, look, I think this debate, for the most part, has been really constructive. But I want to refer myself to my dear friend, Mr. Espaillat. You and I have worked together on a million things. Some, when you first got here, and some more recent ones. But right now, we have a commitment from the subcommittee chairman, from the rules chairman, from the guy who actually asked the chairman to do this, from all the members here. And so, to Mr. Espaillat, have I ever lied to you? Have I ever, anytime you've asked me to do something that I said I was going to do something, have I ever not only not tried to do it, not delivered on getting it done? Never, right? So, most of us, I know that some have tried to politicize this, but most of us are on the same page here. But again, we have to continue to work together. So, the previous speaker, who I respect, said, all you got to do is ask the Smithsonian. I've been doing this for a year, almost for a year, and have gotten nothing but lip service. So then what? What would you do if your community if the facts of your community were distorted? Well, let me just finish. What would you do? And what would anybody do? So this is very respectful. Mr. Espaillat, you and I have worked together on a million things together. And as you've just said right now, I've always delivered. You and I have always delivered for each other. So what you've heard here today, of course I will. Oh, it's actually...
I'll yield to the gentleman.
About you and I, this is about a proposed cut that then forced us to bring this amendment together. It took 15 times for you to elect your leadership on the floor.
Reclaiming my time.
And so
my time from
I may have the best.
Reclaiming my time. I yield to the gentleman.
Yeah. Again, we can now go into, all sorts of, political things. Look, this is a very serious issue. Gentleman can do what he wants. I will tell you that, we're all ready to move on. Let me use this just to close on this. To me, it's very disappointing that some have tried to politicize this issue. Most have had a serious discussion. This is not an issue of a particular point of view, as you've heard from folks talking. This is an issue of the law. This is an issue of accuracy of history. This is an issue of not being a curator. This is an issue of us standing up for the truth and for certain communities. And if folks want to politicize that, they may do that. I will tell you that would be very disappointing to me. But we can do that. This issue is not going to go away. I've respectfully asked the sponsor of the amendment to work with me, and the chairman has done the same thing. If he refuses to work with us, he can do that, but that frankly would be really disappointing. And I, for one, very simply, I will never ask permission to defend the Latino community in this country or to defend the United States of America. And so I would hope that you would all join us. I would hope that the sponsor of the amendment would want to work with us. If he refuses to work with us, he has that right, but that would be very disappointing. I yield back.
I yield back.
Or any other? Okay. Seeing no others, Mr. Espaillat is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Certainly, I look forward to working with the gentleman from Florida on this. This is an important project of historical magnitude. Certainly, we have a tradition of working together, and we will continue to work together. But this is about funding of a historical initiative, and we should not defund this project. It is an important project for Latinos across the country. We must make sure that we don't cut the funding, that we continue to move forward and work out our differences. That's what this is about. This is a place for consensus. We'll be able to work out our differences as we move forward, but let's preserve the project. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I would ask the committee to thank Mr. Elzey for the food today. Cuban sandwiches were sort of the perfect pick. With that, the question now is on the amendment offered by Mr. Espaillat. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote's been requested. Sufficient hands have been raised. So the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, yes. Ms. DeLauro. Yes. Ms. DeLauro, yes. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, yes. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, yes. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Ms. Granger. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Oh, Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, aye. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, yes. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, yes. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone is not recorded. Mr. Trone, yes. Yeah, they did. That was good.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill to the House.
The question's now on the motion to favorably report for the fiscal year 2024 Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion. Roll call has been requested. All those in favor for recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number of hands being raised. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade, yes. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, yes. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Cole, yes. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar? Ms. DeLauro? Is Cuellar here? I'm sorry. Mr. Cuellar voted no, and Ms. DeLauro voted no. Okay. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, yes. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California?
Yeah, that's after 6 right now. The doors, the regular entrance is open till
Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, she vote no? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, yes. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, yes. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, yes. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone, no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, yes. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
It was almost close, huh?
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. I was with you till you got us in that, you know, Spanish Civil War.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. All right. On this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 27. The motion's agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Certainly, gentlelady's request is accepted. That concludes today's business. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.